Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, everybody, to. Oh, hold on. That's not the right tab. I know what I'm doing. I've got this under control. I am a professional. I've been on Twitch many a time. I know how it works. But hello, welcome in, everybody. I see that I have a hydrate and a stretch. You've got it. But yes, welcome to the third episode of my D&D show, Performance Check, the very first season, The Empire of Blood. When last we peered into the stories of our ill-fated heroes, after receiving an assignment from the primary governing body and religious institution of the Euridian Empire, the Cathedral of the Sustaining Mother, the party ventured underground into the sewers below the city, where the water supply that magically regenerates thanks to transmutation magic every morning had been corrupted. Something was causing the water to become sick, and it was impacting the mortal citizens of the Empire who needed sustenance when they weren't sustained. The party delves under, and in the very center of the basin of the sewer, they find a monster with a tragic and horrifying story behind it. A clutch of green dragon eggs that hatched and huddled together for warmth in the sewers underneath, exposed to the water flooded with transmutation magic, all merged, covered in tumorous masses, to one fake, almost like pseudo-hydra kind of creature, the Dracarcinoma. The party had no choice but to dispose of the beast, which now formed a symbiotic relationship with the magical water running through the sewers. With the beast dispatched, and with one of the unhatched eggs from the green dragon's clutch carried in tow, the party escapes the sewer as a grease fire runs its way through the corrupted water imbued with poison and other toxins, and explodes through various wells throughout the city. The party is quick to act, dousing the fires and saving as many people as they possibly can, while the Cathedral of the Sustaining Mother and all of the royal guards prioritize the noble quarters of the city. And it is up to our adventurers here to save everybody else, which they do succeed at. Now, everything has gone to a lull, the action and the adrenaline beginning to subside. And with that, we tune back in to our ill-fated heroes. Please greet the audience, ill-fated heroes.
Oh my god.
Hello.
Hi, Adrian. Hello.
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 It just got so loud all of a sudden.
I am sorry. So, with you six now immediately out of imminent danger, and with the night beginning to subside, I actually want to turn focus to one particular member of the party first. Lysandra. You have far and away what could be considered now one of the most interesting items in your possession. A green dragon egg. A runt of the litter, and the one member of the clutch that has not yet hatched. And that fate truthfully saved this monster, some might say, from a very, very dour fate, joining its brothers and sisters as the tumorous and heartbreaking beast that they became. But you rescued the eggs from the sewers, and you have it now in your possession.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything in particular you are doing with it?
What did you just say? What?
Is there any...
No!
No, not an omelet. No.
Kip has been kicked out of the bathtub. He used the bath and you're out.
How dare you? You would kick me out soaking wet on the streets?
You would love it, you slut.
Incredible. Love it. Love it. Love it.
But, no. I think the best way for her would be finding a way to keep it properly incubated, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Now, Lysandra, you being a subspecies of Lamia, you being a Gorgon, your house, in some ways, is very bad at taking your reptilian anatomy into account. But other parts of it are meant for you. I will say, we haven't touched on it, but you do have a house in the noble quarter. Yours is opulent. For the record, there is a sauna in your house. It's meant mainly just for and exclusively you. It is only built to fit yourself singularly. But luckily, this dragon egg is significantly smaller than you.
Yes.
But you are, just for reference, you are intent on hatching the egg.
It's yes and no, because I don't think she wants it to become a dud in the end. Or like, especially with the ill fate that it had with the other, like witnessing what the others had become.
Sure.
And if the parent does come back to look for it, at least they'll know that one survived.
Fair point. Okay. So
have a hungry dragon here.
You take the green dragon egg, slither through the corridors of your abode, and drop it off in the sauna. Now, another important thing to ask, because you, again, living in the noble quarter and being a government employee, you do have a handmaiden who, well, that's not exactly the word I'm looking for, but you have a servant in your employ.
A lady in waiting?
Stay away from my servant.
I didn't want to just straight up say maid, because that, but we'll say housekeeper. You have a housekeeper who comes by every once in a while. Do you leave any instructions for? Oh, of course she's cute.
Okay, good.
Do you have any instructions for her should she lay eyes upon the egg?
God, okay. Lysandra is very awkward, but very blunt.
Uh-huh.
So she would point blank say, I am under careful guidance on caretaking an egg of draconic nature. Please be careful when going to the room in question. If you hear noise, please alert me. We don't want another Typhon incident.
And Dione, 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 your housekeeper, will nod and say, "Of course, prophetess."
So I have a question.
Yes.
Would the housekeeper also be aware that that Tara is a werelion?
She's aware that you're living with Lysandra. I don't think Dione knows that you're a werelion.
Aware of a werelion.
Well, currently, from what I remember, I have not yet transformed back.
Ooh.
I feel like this interaction happened while you were still with Tirfi at the Throck residences, dealing with the fire and getting the people out. So I will say, for the sake of protecting Tara's secret and dignity, you do not see Dione when you get back. She's not a live-in housekeeper. She swings by in the morning and leaves in the late afternoon. Except,
Fixes
I
all the
think,
bases.
for today. Yeah. With today being busy, I do also imagine, correct me if I'm wrong, I do also imagine that Lysandra might have dismissed her early today.
Yeah. Lysandra, she didn't get hit in battle. It's just a lot of, I guess, like, some of the clothing is just, like, scorched and scorched on it. So she's just kind of like, I need a long nap today.
Very
To-
fair.
Paid her extra and be like, on your way.
Okay, you pay her extra and send her home early.
Basically paying her for what she would have done if she stayed.
I think, again, Dione bows to you humbly and says, "Your generosity is unmatched, prophetess. Thank you very much. I will work more diligently the next time I am to be at your abode."
This is a common, like, this is how she always talks to Lysandra.
Yes. You are not official nobility, but with the quarter of the city that you live in, and with your station, and with your position as a prophet, she regards you the same way she would a powerful noble.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like I feel like she has in the past, like, tried to, like, no, you can be, like, normal, but now is at a point where it's like,
Oh yeah.
thank you.
Dione has never not called you the prophetess. She never uses your name. You are the prophetess. Dione heads out as she is released early, and this is around the time when Tara would have returned. You have some patches of burnt fur with some, like, grease stuck in it. You're definitely in need of a bath, Tara.
Oh, 100%.
Hips in the bath.
Not only that, Tara just came back from running in the woods, because that was just
Yes.
like, after she got everyone out, she just dipped. I would like to take this time to say, specifically as she was leaving, she unattuned from that fucking thing and chucked it.
Okay, absolutely. As part of the magic of the brooch, as you unattune from it, one, you do feel that just abjurative aura around you dissipate, but also you have a keen awareness that the magic of the brooch alerted whoever made it or is in charge of managing it that you have unattuned to it. Like, you know that it sends out a, like, hey, I'm no longer bound to this person signal.
Okay.
Okay? But yeah, you unattune from the brooch and you just chuck it as far as you possibly can.
Oh, yeah, like, can I, like, make a strength check to see how far I
Sure,
can throw?
absolutely. Fuck yeah, go for it. Give me a
Fantastic.
strength roll.
Alright. Okay, so that's just a straight d20.
Throw it into the next city state over.
19.
19. Plus your strength bonus.
I don't have one.
Really?
Yep, really. It's a 0. I put I have a plan for Tara, and I put her stats elsewhere.
Fair enough. Yeah, in that circumstance, yeah, you yeet the brooch clear, like, I think you're still, as you're running through the woods and heading back towards the inner city, you are close enough near the outer wall that you throw it over the outer wall, and it is clear off the side of the mountain.
Good.
Wherever that brooch is, it's not in the city. Also, Lulu Goes Ulu, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
Wait, would I get a bonus from being a werelion? That is a good question that I should have asked.
I mean, I imagine it would almost be similar to Rage, where you'd have advantage on the strength check,
Okay.
but,
I mean, 19's good enough.
yeah, the best you can get is a natural 20, and you are only
Yeah,
barely
damn near
cusping that line.
Yeah.
You hit a 20, it goes off into the stars like Team Rocket.
But yeah,
perfect.
that would the bath would be the first stars going.
The Kip's in the bath.
Do you
Also,
think that's
Galatea is
possible?
also, I guess, in here. I don't know if Galatea and Kip left.
Are Galatea and Kip still at Lysandra's house?
Kip
I
is,
took them with us.
That's fair.
Kip is like imposing for as long as possible.
Got it. Absolutely. So yeah, Kip, you for sure got to check out Diora.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Galatea is also staying because just in case something happens.
Fair enough. Incredible. So Tara, you return to Lysandra's house. Lysandra, Galatea, and Kip are all still here.
Whether or not Kip is in the bath or not, Tara is going to walk in as a full-on werelioness and like just stare Kip down and basically say, "If you don't want to share the bath, get out."
Is this someone's lion? No? I'm sure.
And then Tara will proceed to bathe.
Okay. Yeah.
Galatea just nods.
Kip, you are taking a bath with a werelion now. This is your life.
Okay. In
Incredible.
lion form?
Like half lion.
Half lion.
Which
It's like a werewolf.
Like
but
the
lion.
hybrid state.
Yeah.
okay.
Like humanoid anatomy, but lion-like physicality and features.
Okay. Would I be able to recognize it as Tara?
Oh,
You
absolutely.
were in the sewers when Tara
You
shifted.
saw Tara train.
Right.
Yeah,
but
you
I
know
suppose
this is
it's
Tara.
different in like the cold light of day compared
Yeah.
to the sewer lighting.
Yeah, it's the sewer lighting, and also like again,
Probably
like
takes
Tara
a minute.
has some like patches of scorched fur and has like some grease caked into like her forearms. And is a very messy lion at the moment.
I would imagine the like bright golden eyes would kind of give it away.
Ooh, for sure.
Okay. So yeah, after Kip eventually realizes, oh, right, okay. I think Kip would probably settle back down and be chill again. And
Okay.
possibly even like, I have hands if you need an extra pair. Just offering.
At this point, Tara is Tara's not going to be outwardly hostile to Kip like she was last time.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll just let out a soft growl and be like, left shoulder.
Kip helps.
Now, I feel like I already know the answer to this question. But Kip, you are a person of many trades and many arts. Lot of different educations present in some of the bard colleges here in the Empire.
Mhm.
How delicate are Kip's fingers, you would say? As far as like
well-
a masseuse would go.
On a scale of 1 to 10,
Uh-huh.
Kip is probably, based on their dexterity score, like a 7.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
In that case, just hypothetically speaking,
Yeah.
could you roll for me a sleight of hand check?
All right.
Or you know what? I would also give you.
25?
Never mind. I was about to say I'll give you performance using dexterity, but yeah, absolutely. Tara, I know it was you who spread the rumor. You are disproven of your own rumor that you spread out of pettiness. Kip is very good with their hands. And you receive a, like the kind of massage that, like, temporarily, blurs your vision and has your eyes roll up.
Tara's probably, like, audibly purring.
I love it!
Like, having sat down, it is audibly purring, as likely she transforms back.
That's fantastic. That's amazing.
Soothed so much that you are forced out of your hybrid state.
I
Yeah,
am so proud
because
of
it
you.
was brought on by stress. If this is
You know what? Actually, I'm gonna say, Tara, you're having a lovely bath, and you're having some of the most skilled fingers in Eurydia working out tension in your shoulders. Heal 2 points of stress. Just knock those off your character sheet.
You take 2
fantastic.
points of stress off.
And Kip, I'll give you 1 for that as well, because not so much that the bath is super relaxing, although it is. I feel like Kip has a satisfaction from seeing other people at their thrall and just being like,
Oh,
oh
definitely.
yeah, I'm giving you such a good massage that you stop being a werebeast. For sure, that's a stress heal for you.
Literally
Also,
soothing the
always
savage.
nice seeing titties.
Always
Oh,
nice
yeah.
seeing titties. It is always nice seeing titties. You do have that as well.
But not touching. That would be impolite. Also not
Fantastic.
staring too much.
All
I
right.
mean, Tara basically would be like, I mean, if you're gonna look, you're
You're gonna look. You're gonna look.
Okay.
I feel like it's also a little bit of like, we're in the bath. I feel like you
Yeah.
can expect this.
Although Kip's got hairy goat legs, so Kip's basically just about as dressed as they always are.
You know, that's a fair point. That, yeah, Kip is pretty much poo bearing it most of the time.
Yeah.
Yes, this is also a very long bath because this is a bath built for a gorgon that is 24 feet long.
Swimming pool.
It's a swimming pool. I love that though. Galatea, I know that you're also here. Are you mainly just like keeping watch, making sure nothing else goes awry, making sure nobody like interrupts or like tries to get Lysandra's attention at the moment?
Yeah, she's mostly like making sure that things are okay with Lysandra, and B, that there's no obvious big issues with the fires and everything.
Could you give me a perception roll if you would be so kind?
Okay. Perception. Please tell me it rolled. No, it didn't. Great. Perception. Okay. Oh. Okay, so 14 plus 3, Wait, why do I have guidance on?
Okay. I mean, you
14.
have guidance as a spell, right? Like, is
No.
that a spell that... Okay. That's not a spell that you can cast. Because I was like, if you
No.
have it, I'll give it to you. Okay. 14.
Yeah.
Nothing looks to go awry for the rest of the night. The fires have pretty much been stopped from their spread from very quick responses thanks to your compatriots. But I will say, you can't catch any defining features. But as you are like looking out the windows and like making sure that nothing else is going awry, on one of the rooftops, one of the houses in this quarter, there's a flash of movement that you see out of the corner of your eye. And you know that someone was up on the roof, but you saw, like, the peripheral of them leaving and couldn't get a bead on any, like, defining features. But there was for sure someone up on the roofs. Just a split second, like a hair of a moment, before you were able to catch them with your gaze.
Would I be able to discern which direction they went?
No. I mean, you can give me general intelligence. You might be able to discern a little bit more, but the way that you only barely saw them, it would be pretty tricky. But I'll give you an attempt if you want to give me just straight up intelligence.
Yeah. 0.
Oh no.
You know, every time I have you roll intelligence, I always blissfully forget that you are working with a mighty and impressive -2 to the roll.
Yeah. I think I'm just going to telepathically tell my steed I summoned earlier in the sewers to
Okay.
help me patrol the area. Make sure no one's around.
Sure, absolutely. Your lone unattended warhorse walks the streets of the nobles' quarter, keeping an eye out for you. Perfect. From Lysandra's abode, we shift our focus to the Cathedral of the Sustaining Mother. And Ibis, moving throughout the hallways, after her very flustered and brief meeting with Empress Leora Divya, being told that Calliope was looking for you.
Yeah, she's going straight to, I think Calliope has a room in the cathedral.
Yes, all of the initiates do.
Yeah, so Ibis obviously knows where that is. That's her bestie. What are you talking
Yes.
about? Going
So
straight to that room.
you move through the halls of the Grand Cathedral of the Sustaining Mother, and eventually find yourself at Calliope's dormitory.
Also, I just want to add, she's definitely doing that thing where like she's walking very fast, but as soon as like somebody passes her, she like slows down and is like, "Hi, good afternoon," and then as soon as they're gone, is like back to running again.
I love that. I love that so much. You know what? In a very playful sense, could you go ahead and give me deception?
Okay.
Okay.
I'm not very deceptive. Let's see. 11. Read like a book.
Read like a book. Everyone you pass sees the sees you readjust and sees the labored breathing, and like as you stop for pleasantries, there is nobody who you pass who is not aware of where you're going. But you proceed anyways, zipping through the halls and eventually finding yourself at Calliope's room. the door sits shut.
Ibis is gonna knock. She's knocking.
Mm-hmm. There are a couple of beats that pass before eventually you hear the sound of the door jostling and opening up. And before you stands your friend, Calliope.
My bestie.
Your best friend with no other subtext.
Definitely none.
The same familiar, tall, musculatured, elven woman. Scar over one of the eyes. Hair stark white and a little bit of a flop off to the left side. In her casual garb, which is mainly just a robe that admittedly does carry quite a V on it. Because I'm going to be really mean to Ibis.
Uh-huh. I mean, you let Kip take stress off for seeing boobs earlier, so no.
Sure! Yeah, go ahead. Heal a point of stress. Heal a stress point for titties.
Magic healing titties.
But it's
magic of titties.
That it's the obvious cleavage, but it's also like the muscular torso and like all of the scars that go like across the collarbone, under her sternum, and just like clear evidence that she takes her job as a warrior first and as a priestess second very seriously.
Mm-hmm. Ibis is hugging her immediately.
I love it. Calliope opens the door, and before she can get a word in, you are immediately around her waist. And she goes, Ibis, I did not die.
You didn't die, but I didn't see you for an entire day, and I almost died in the sewers.
Oh,
So I
one.
think-
Wait, wait. Hold. Second part. Repeats.
I almost died in the sewers. Congratulations on being this was a test. I passed a test.
My
I think.
sustainment is great and all. Why were you in these sewers, Ibis?
Good question.
You don't know?
No, I was given a task by the sustaining mother. I was told that everybody was told to do things like this. I thought it was just a normal.
You're
a
doing
normal
your
test.
trials. I see. I
Mhm.
see. Well, congratulations on not dying.
Congratulations on being sustained.
Thank you. And I will say, you notice more of an obvious pallor to her skin. And her eyes, beautiful and like bright gray. The like sort of the ring around the iris is taking on a little bit of a crimson. But this is a thing that you see in all of the sustained, the like ring of color around their iris turning to a stark red. Definitive proof that she did indeed go through with it.
Obviously.
Mm.
So, I know that you can't say anything about sustainment, but how was it? Was it?
In truth, it was surprising. The ritual of sustainment, in a strange way, possesses a lot less grandeur than I was expecting it to. It was a very simple and fast process. In truth, I went in and I came out and I was sustained. There wasn't a lot of preamble. There were no very delicate or like long rituals. It just happened.
And it didn't hurt or anything, did it?
There was some discomfort. I won't lie. you know, it was not painful, but I mean, you know, the process of having your lifespan extended and possessing all of these qualities of somewhat immortality. I mean, it does tax the body, but it was not. I don't think it pushed the line of pain. It was just discomfort.
Good.
Nothing I'm
glad.
sure you couldn't handle once you get your sustainment. Which, if you're already doing trials, might be sometime soon.
I had to tell you that the Empress, the Empress,
The mortal
Empress
goddess.
Leora, the mortal goddess, she told me that they had their eye on me. She said that she had her eye on me. Isn't that incredible?
And you see Calliope smiles and goes, Ibis, I have not been told such a thing. Not that you...
I mean, I'm sure she had her eye on you. Of course she had her eye on you. You're
No,
amazing.
Ibis.
Of course, obviously.
Ibis. What I'm saying is, the mortal goddess, for her to say that to you, there is a notable favor there. Because I did not receive such a compliment. Neither do most of the Silent Sisters. For her to say that you are deliberately being watched, there is some... I always knew there was going to be something special about you.
I think Ibis is noticeably blushing.
I'm gonna roll an insight check for Calliope.
Sick. I think Ibis also learning that this is not a normal thing is both like, hell yeah, it's like literally being told that your god has their eye on you, and also being told that your god has their eye on you.
Hey, Ibis.
Horrifying.
Hey, Ibis. I'm gonna leave this up to you. I'm gonna make this. What does a 25 give Calliope?
25 gives Calliope that Ibis is so incredibly happy to see her.
Mm-hmm.
And is so incredibly like Ibis is just, I don't know. She's incredibly happy. She's so happy. And is also just like, I don't know. Yeah, that's what it gives her. Incredibly happy to see her.
Got it.
Incredibly nervous also.
And I think,
incredibly scared.
So incredibly nervous, delighted about what she heard about, like, Leora's, like, what... The fact that those words are rare that you heard, and also just genuinely super happy to see Calliope. I think you as the player putting so much emphasis on being happy to see Calliope, I think this translates to me as like, that is the thing that is most to the forefront for Ibis. And like, sure, Calliope can read the other things, but most of what she is seeing is just excitement that you have for seeing her.
Yeah. Absolutely, 100%.
So I think if Calliope can see it that clearly on your face, you see a sequence of events play out in a very short time where she processes, smirks, cocks an eyebrow, processes a little more, and then also blushes. So she was really planning on like being smooth about it and immediately jumped ship from that.
I love this.
And she just holds you tighter. And then lets you go. And I will say one more important detail. Calliope is a little bit colder to the touch than you used to recall. It feels like her just general body temperature went down maybe like 7 to 8 degrees.
Oh.
Not
that, like-
freezing, but like definitely not as warm.
Yeah.
And I don't think the Silent Sisters compose themselves in a way where they're normally the hugging type. So I don't think you've really gotten to examine that quality of sustainment. But yeah, Calliope's a little colder to the touch.
I think that's a little bit worrying to Evis.
Mm-hmm.
Just like, yeah. I don't know.
So, how many tests did you have to pass before?
So it does depend on the novitiate, right? I underwent a couple of more tests than I think Decima did. But generally, from what I've heard from talking to the other Silent Sisters in preparation for my sustainment, generally anywhere from 3 to 7.
Okay.
It also depends on how well you perform. I can definitely admit I have dropped an assignment or two.
You never. I don't believe it.
I swear it. I'm saying it right now. But yes. The point is, if you're already starting your tests, it won't be too long until you have proven yourself capable of holding the mantle of a Silent Sister. And then when that happens,
When that happens,
I will be there to watch. I already insisted to Leora that I watch your sustainment.
really? I don't know if I should ask why or if I should say thank you or both.
She's blushing harder. She's blushing a lot harder. Well, it's an important moment for you, and I want to be there to see it.
Good. I'm glad. Good. Thank you.
The pining is real, folks. It's so good.
Yeah, very smoothie.
Very smoothie, this. Well done.
Look, she's a baby.
Also, Kip did just point it out. Ibis did say, "I'm thank you."
Yeah.
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 Gotta make one of my besties.
Yeah, 100%.
Good to know. Good to know. And then there's just an awkward beat where you and Calliope are definitely not making eye contact with each other, and both
Get
red in the
lunch or something?
face.
Yeah.
Wait, what did you say before that?
Evis would absolutely just be like, "Do you want to get lunch or something? Like, get
Let's go.
And then you see Calliope would like kind of like nervously smile and go like, sustainment. I don't have to eat.
That.
I don't need to eat or drink or sleep anymore.
Wait, so you can't? You can't, like, drink or eat or sleep? Ever?
No, I mean, I wouldn't want to waste food and other resources that could go to the people of Iridia. Now that I don't need it to survive, but I'm happy to go to a restaurant with you and just sit there and chat and not order anything.
I'm gonna have to get used to this. This is gonna be strange. But it's amazing and lovely. I'm so glad and I'm so excited. And one day I will be able to not eat with you too.
Calliope is like doing the thing where she's just like nervously tracing her foot on the ground and is like, yeah, let's go not have lunch sometime. Yeah.
That's a good scene.
Yeah, we're just gonna end it there. That's so good.
Yeah, Calliope gets to watch Evis eat lunch.
So romantic.
Yeah. The pining is real.
Incredible. These two are disasters and I love them.
Look.
Let's
I
go
love
not eat lunch together.
Yeah.
Calliope has no fucking charisma.
Neither does Evis.
Love to see it. Alright, we're going to move on. And we're going to go on to a much more dour note, and check back in with Tirfi. Watching and helping delegate the other Throck in her community as they start gathering whatever material they can to start repairing the damages to their houses, and they count their dead. And Tirfi, you are hard at work making poultices and ointments to help treat all of the burn wounds. And Tolessa is working as fast as she can to make a backlog of ceramics to distribute your medicines in, so that you can use more today while she's firing the other ceramics in the kiln to refresh stock. I love how the music knew to hit a more, like, downbeat note. We love to see it. Also, Abby is having computer issues, so Lysandra's PNG is temporarily gone.
Sandra has disappeared from
Lysandra
the screen of existence.
disappeared. She's no longer a part of the story.
Tragic.
Alright, so, Tirfi, you are hard at work getting as much medicine ready as you can to treat the people of your community. I would like, let's see, let me check your tool proficiencies very quick. Oh, you're an artificer. You're proficient in fucking anything you want to be proficient in.
I can make any tool set I want.
That's fair.
I can use them like without proficiency, but I do have a number of proficiencies, yes.
Okay. So I think in this case, go ahead and give me this is where I'm gonna do something fun. You can either give me let's see. Either an herbalism or alchemist's kit check.
They're both the same.
They're both the same, huh? Yeah, they're all intelligence focused. Okay, go ahead. So what we're gonna do is this. You have to make a very, very, very big batch of medicine.
Mm-hmm.
Now this might seem counterintuitive, but I'm going to need 2 sets of rolls from you. Tolessa is busy, getting her ceramics put together, so she won't be able to assist you for this. It's going to be 2 rolls, and what I'll let you do is I'll let you roll the first one straight. And before I tell you whether or not you pass or fail, I will allow you to re-roll it, but you will trade that off for disadvantage on the second set of rolls. Which again, I know feels a little counterintuitive, but I've seen it work in a very interesting way before. So it's 2 straight rolls, or 1 roll at advantage and 1 roll at disadvantage.
So, alchemy.
Okay.
13.
Excellent.
An unfortunate nat 20 on the other die.
We hate to see it.
What is this check for?
Just preparing a large bulk of medicine and ointments and poultices to treat all of the burns that members of your community sustained.
All right, you know what? Let's do the reroll.
Okay.
Take the disadvantage in the next one.
Okay, so I'll let you take that crit. So you have 1 super guaranteed success.
Oh, okay.
Crit on the first roll. So I need the second roll at disadvantage. And a 16. Even with disadvantage, you beat what the first roll. Oh, well, because you're rolling 2 sets of dice here already.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. So a 26 and a 16. You are able to, with pushing yourself for probably the large majority of the afternoon, working yourself on overtime, you are able to get enough medicine out to your community that none of their burns risk infection. You are able to distribute medicine to people who weren't burned but were wounded by parts of buildings collapsing, or by inhaling like some of the smoke. Like, you can help like deal with like anything going on in their lungs. And now in retrospect, the DC was 15, so you succeeded both of those rolls, and that reroll was necessary from you. But yeah, you spend a good portion of your afternoon and early evening just churning out as much medicine as you possibly can. Which proves to have been a valiant and much needed effort.
Yeah, I worked myself to the bone.
Yeah, we love to see it.
Doctor who neglects own health trope.
Yay! End of the night rolls around. Close down shop. And Tolessa walks up to you after everything has occurred, after the burning buildings were dealt with, after the repairs were made, the medicine was doled out. She went through her entire stock of like ceramic jugs and jars for poultices and had to completely burn through a good portion of her like month's supply of clay just to get new ceramics fired. After everything is said and done, Tolessa comes up to you as you lock the shop door, and grabs you around the wrist and hugs herself close to your arm. You haven't been very talkative, darling. What happened?
You mean, what was it that started the fire?
That is what I mean, because you seemed to have immediately known after returning exactly what was going on. And I know you're a smart woman, but you are not a prophet. Except for that one occasion. I have a feeling you were near whatever caused this.
There were magic light fixtures in the sewer, and the water level rose while we were dispatching the source of the corruption.
Mm-hmm.
The corruption in the water was flammable, and it would have been a last resort to burn it all out, but that was what ended up happening because we were not able to prevent it.
I see. And this was a job set to you by the sustaining mother.
Yes.
I saw
She
soldiers and
sent
guardsmen
along.
taking care of the upper parts of the city. I think we both knew that they weren't coming down to us.
It is as ever. We look after ourselves. The Empress even sent one of her lapdogs to watch over us. And curiously, the prophetess. The prophetess was not removed by work of magic, but the sister initiate was. So we were left to climb out on our own. The thing we saw down there, it was a clutch of dragonlings.
You know, for a religious institution that promises and preaches long lives, you would think. I mean, the entire point of the fucking order is to pick people off the streets and make them live forever.
Remind yourself, love, who are people to them.
That's right. On sort of the same note, while you were distributing medicine, and while I was still preparing pottery for the kiln, a member of the Vox Ancillai stopped by, and they want to speak with you in the morning. We were already living in dissatisfaction with the rule, but now the Vox want to take more steps towards amending the injustices we have been receiving.
Once I stop working here, I fear I might want to go kill someone. Perhaps with the direction of an organization that will be more useful. The Vox are the Throck underground
Yes.
organization.
It
yeah?
is, yes, the Underground Resistance. That is the Vox Ancilli.
What would my relation to them up until now have been?
I think the first major
Sympathizer or
question.
member?
I think that question is better answered by you. Do you think? First of all, do you think were Tierfy to get a request from the Vox for medicines discreetly delivered? Is that the kind of thing that she would be amicable to filling?
Yes, she would apply her services to them without charge.
I
if it was
think
possible.
I think if we are going off of the assumption that you have already been supporting the organization with medicine, then you are definitely at the state where they consider you active membership.
Mm-hmm. Might not be invited on sorties, but I'm a specialist contact for the organization.
Yes, and now, normally, while they talk to you through missive, this is the first time that I think, even to supporters and sympathizers, the Vox rarely ever make their presence physical. So you receiving word through Tolessa from them that they want to speak directly to you, this is a new development. This isn't how they operate.
Who was it who came and delivered the message? Did you see, or was it just a note?
Yes, I did. A Throck gentleman introduced himself as Emelyricus. Which, like, pulling from Greek and Roman inspired names, Emelyricus is a name that, like, means, like, the power of work or, like, the power of organization. You immediately get the sense that's a pseudonym.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm also gonna write it down for you.
Is the use of that name, does that sound familiar to me, though?
You've received letters from Emelyricus.
Yeah, so, like, Emelyricus, friend of the people.
Exactly.
Is how they
sign,
and that's how they sign all their
in fact,
letters.
can I because of prior correspondence with them, can I have an intelligence check with advantage on behalf of Tierfy?
Totally. Would investigation also suit this?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, 2 18s.
Okay, 2 18s. The sense you get, Emelyricus, I think Tierfy rules out Emelyricus being a pseudonym for a person in the organization. Rather, Emelyricus is a mantle taken up by whoever is speaking on the organization's behalf. So anyone speaking on behalf of the Vox is Emelyricus, right? But yes, That's not an individual person's pseudonym. It's the pseudonym of whoever is writing or delivering correspondence for the organization.
Yeah. I suppose that I was just wondering, I mean, I don't smell a trap now because even if it's a break in protocol, it does sound like, it sounds like them.
It sounds like them.
Okay. Sorry, did Talessa already say where they would like to meet?
No. She hasn't gotten to that part yet.
Okay. I don't think I have any further questions. Or...
Okay. Then Talessa will continue. She'll say, of course, as the Vox tends to operate, details were kept sparse. But for this meeting, they don't want to hold it within the grounds of the city. There is a dilapidated fishing hut on the beaches at the base of the mountain. And they said that is where you shall seek audience.
I should wonder if Tara would like to come along. She absolutely would.
Talessa will nod and smile and say, that very much seems like Tara to do. Which, how was she? I know that it's very likely, since she also came to our aid, that she was there with you.
A bit strung out, some singed whiskers.
She nods. And she says, well, I guess we know what the poultices are for. Which, I actually pre-packaged a couple, if you wanted to swing by Lysandra's domain. I'm also happy to hand deliver them. Or we could save that until after we've gotten some good bed rest.
Sleep sounds wonderful. Do you think I should go? Remove myself from here?
Can I get... It was a little choppy. Can I get you to repeat that?
Sorry. Tearfey looks, her shoulders sag. She gets very tired at the suggestion of bed rest.
Yes, rest sounds wonderful. In the morning, do you think I should remove myself from the quarter, so as I keep working myself into the grave?
I think you should take a little bit better care of yourself. I know it is for a good cause and for the betterment of myself and the rest of our community, but you are a person, despite the Empire being reluctant to acknowledge it. And
Oh no, I haven't. I could try one of the new stimulants I've been working with. I don't think I'm quite at the end of my rope.
Talessa, smiles, but in a way that still, reads of, it's a very, you're ridiculous kind of sense.
Yeah.
Where she just shakes her head and goes, sure, of course. Just dose yourself to keep yourself going. That is a very sound idea, and I'm sure you would advise that to a patient.
Tearfey gives into laughing and then just kind of, her wife is actually a bit taller than her, decently, half a foot. So she actually just, leans into her head, hitting her shoulder, and lets her support her on the way to bed.
Yeah, she walks you into the main portion of the house, and sits you down on the mattress and says, I'm going to use the lavatory and get changed. But you work hard for everyone else. And this is an admirable quality of yours. It's part of why I fell for you. But you need to work hard for yourself, too, every once in a while.
You would prefer me to be alive at the end of the day. Yes, yes, I've heard this all before.
Well, if you didn't keep repeating the same pattern, I wouldn't have to keep reminding you, now would I?
It hasn't killed me yet. We don't know that it will. I'm not sure I will be awake by the time you come back. So, I love you. Good night.
A preemptive good night as well. I love you, darling. Please, do take a little bit better care of yourself. And she heads to the restroom.
Falling back into bed, the moment Talessa, which is like a primary source of removing Tirfi from her own head, usually. Once she's out of the room, the anger is back, and Tirfi is like gritting her teeth and clenching her fists while just trying to fall asleep, but is maybe in that state where you're too exhausted even to sleep.
So, I will specify, is Tirfi sleeping tonight? Or rather, is Tirfi getting good sleep tonight?
I think Tirfi will get good sleep. I forget, did they specify a time, the Vox?
They said in the morning, but again, it was kept somewhat vague. This is for me as the DM to give you, the player, some wiggle room to do things before going there.
Yeah, I think Tirfi's plan is to actually sleep.
Okay.
Because things that need her attention are probably not over. Definitely not with the low resistance contacting her. So I think her plan is to bring some medicinals to Tara in the morning. Let Tara know about the meeting, and then depart either with Tara or on her own.
I have a quick question.
I have a quick answer.
Actually, it's for Claire. What time does Tirfi wake up in the morning?
Presumably after you.
Yeah. So, and then now I have a question for you, DM. In my background, it says I can have one set of artisan's tools, and I forgot to put them on my sheet. Could those be like proficiency in them? Could those be cook's tools?
Go for it.
Wonderful. So after Tara's morning hunt, being that's a thing that she does every day, and instead of going for bigger game, she's going for comfort food. She's it's venison, as many eggs as she can find, and then showing up with steak and eggs to Tirfi's and knocking on the window, not the door, the bedroom window.
Gonna hunt down some grits.
Levitt, there's a couple of things I want to take care of before we move on to the next morning sequence, but absolutely, you show up in the dead of the morning outside of Tirfi's window with some fresh-made comfort food.
Yeah, Tirfi strikes me as someone, if not doing an all-nighter, keeps late hours. Maybe
Sure, absolutely.
10 in the morning at the earliest.
Now, as is the nature of a campaign inspired off of Greco-Roman myth, gods and the workings of them are a major part of stories with these themes. Did I say Geeko-Roman? I sort of fuck. The point is, Lysandra,
Yeah.
as you drift to bed that night, for the most part, maybe the first 5 or so hours of Lysandra's sleep cycle, everything is normal. You dream of pleasant things, and you dream the way that those without the blessing of prophecy can. But the last 3 hours, your mind is occupied by things more important than you. And there is a dramatic change in your dreamscape, going from whatever visions you were having in your rest to a loose chunk of rock, entirely flat, barren, and devoid of life, almost as if it had been ripped out from the ground. And you still see clusters of sediment from underneath it, where it looks like it was pulled from the earth. And you sit on top of it. And tall, looming figures, easily 30 to 40 feet above you. There are, just to double check, 9 of them. The first is a large woman with skin pale as porcelain and somewhat translucent. You can see very subtly, and not in great detail, the clusters of like dark shadowy shapes where you know the different organs in her anatomy lie, and the veins running through her body. She wears a very loose cloth, forming a sort of makeshift shirt, and around her legs, well, her legs aren't legs, not the lower body of a mortal woman, but instead, it is the lower body of a spider. It is covered with incredibly intricate, purplish, bluish silks that hide sort of the shape of the abdomen. And the legs themselves are crusted with jewels. And she wears a black veil covering her eyes. Next to her, there's a tall woman with skin of solid bronze. Her eyes are piercing yellow voids, almost akin to looking directly into the shining sun. Her hair is also metallic, and she carries laurels of barbed iron on her brow, and wears a breastplate and carries a spear. The next is a towering sphinx with 3 different faces running down her torso. The first face is wide awake. The second is in the midst of falling asleep, and the third is deep in slumber. Next to her is a large deity with manacles around his wrists that are tearing and about to break loose with the force of his musculature pressing up against them from the inside. Large chains go down far into the abyss underneath the island to the point where you cannot see their origin. His body is a very deep, like a very deep ochre, covered in like blackish blood, and his face is skeletal with little loosely hanging bits of musculature, as basically big muscle-bound god with his face torn off. Next to him is a large... I'm trying to think of the particular word here. A very fish-like creature, covered in iridescent scales, large claws, the maw of an anglerfish with rows and rows and rows and rows and rows of razor-sharp, long, thin teeth. Eyes like that of an octopus, and large strands of seaweed running out from her scalp and down her back like hair. Next to her is a woman just as pale as the first goddess, but without that translucence to her form. She has large raven-like wings, long red hair, and a full mouth of vampiric fangs with blood dripping down the corners of her lips. Next to her is what would look like a regular human woman, except around her face, her entire left arm, left leg, is completely petrified, and half of her body is stone. Next is a woman, no, man. This god can change it at a whim. But next is a gentleman, also in standard Roman robes, of a very brighter, vibrant green, with embroidering in gold thread that looks like vines crawling up the sides. Also wearing a laurel of fresh spring leaves. Very warm smile. And carrying an empty cornucopia. And finally, another god, long silvery locks, a body almost like that of a statue, having the form of an Adonis, and in his own flesh, like marble, are veins of gold. And the projected images of the false divinities all look over you from above. Only one of them speaks. The very first god with the translucent skin. Ivona. Looks to you and smiles. Prophet of ending, we address you. All 9 using the voice of one. Do you hear us?
I'm also typing this word for word.
No worries.
I know I can come back to it for transcript, but I need it for posterity's sake of right now.
Of course, of course.
Can I get a prophecy stenographer, please?
Please, thank you. She kinda has like Look, and I know me and you discussed this on like what if situations, but it takes her a while to like tear what looks like to be her gaze from the woman that is half petrified.
Uh-huh.
And then she'll kind of turn adjacent to look at the woman who is speaking, and she responds very calmly, "I am."
Good. For the longest time, the Iridian Empire, before it was an empire, before Leora established her choking grasp on the region, as you might know, belonged to us. We were the gods of this land, and we have been forsaken, ignored, declared false, heretical, sacrilege. Even now, the mortal goddess amasses might in the same way that we do, through proffering worshippers. Apotheos, the deity that governs who is to be ascended to godhood, saw the corruption lying within Leora and elected not to ascend her. And she persists, pining after godhood and claiming herself to have already achieved it. The wheel is close to its last rotation, and it, like the Empire, is going to fall. You have already seen this.
He nods.
But the way it falls can still be changed. The intensity of the destruction and the magnitude of the consequences of Leora's actions can be mitigated to spare the rest of Eurydia's people. But the sustaining mother and those that she has her tightest grasp on must be punished for their transgressions. This is why we gave Leora Iphigenia. Her own daughter spells the end of her empire. Which means Eurydia has just short of a decade for it to continue in its prosperity. And the 3 years after, spell out the rest. We say this to you now. One, as a attempt. Granted, we do not have as close an attachment to our mortal emotions as we used to. So perhaps this is in vain, but we were intended to give you comfort and context on the visions you have already received. Furthermore, this is also to act as a warning. Not for the Empress, but for those who would build a better civilization in her place. We already have a couple of individuals you might be aware of in mind. Galatea already knows of the fate that Iphigenia is to carry with her, what she is destined to become. The plan Apotheos has already laid out for her. "13 years from this day, Eurydia collapses. In 10 years, the foundations begin to crumble. Your actions until this time are admittedly of little consequence. So I came, again, to give you a warning. And to offer prophecy independent of the entities in which you already receive it from. Because I would like to ensure the events that are to transpire do not get lost in translation. Within your coming future, you and your compatriots, for a reason I cannot yet tell you, are going to leave Eurydia. And the time you will be away from it is within that decade. You will return the week before Eurydia's foundations begin to collapse, and 3 years before the Empire falls entirely. For those 10 years you are away from Eurydia, you are tasked with one objective from myself and these 8 other deities who are holding council with you. And your objective is survival. If you, or any of the 5 individuals that went into the sewer with you, perish away from Eurydia, the course of future spirals. I cannot tell you how, for prophecy in too great of a quantity ruins the mind of the receiver, and that is not a risk we can take with you. There will come a time where it will be made evident that you and your compatriots must leave Eurydia, and when this event happens, you must make sure all 6 of you leave the city. The rest is up to you, and your life outside of these events is yours to dictate. Are there any questions, Prophetess of Ruin?
Okay. Hold on, I pinned it somewhere. Where is it? Is it Game General? First, it's player resources. Okay.
Are you taking stress?
What would make you think that, baby? I would never.
You suffer 2 points of stress. I'm actually going to tack on a 3rd point of stress for laying your eyes upon Petrifa, the goddess of imprisonment.
Okay.
I think that feels fair.
Fair. Okay. Questions. I think Lysander is too real, like, getting all this information at once.
And that's why she didn't give you any information past that. Because like Ivona said, if you receive too much prophecy, your mind collapses. And that's no good for anybody.
So I think she takes a moment to like go through everything that she digested, and she nods her head and goes, I, and alongside with Typhon's aid, will make sure that all 6 of us leave when the time needs to be. Just to avoid prophecy changing in a wrong and tumultuous way.
Ivona, the goddess of second sight, and one of the weavers of the threads of fate, nods to you. She will reach down under the floating, barren piece of land that you find yourself standing on and says, there is one thing I would like you to have before you leave. It is still dormant, and the object I am bequeathing to you will not come into its potential until the time is right. But she reaches up, and a small handheld loom threaded with golden spider silk, inlaid with brass, and you see Ivona rapidly shrink her form until she is standing on the island with you and holds out the loom with both hands.
Lysandra will... I assume she's still taller than Lysandra.
Yes.
Yeah. But she still, either way, she humbly, like, bows, like, to show respect and everything. And when she does, like, hold her hands out to accept it, she does mutter, like, thank you. I will keep careful watch and care to it.
Good. Again, you will know the exact moment where you are to abandon Eurydia. And no matter the protests of anyone traveling with you, because there will be a great deal of protest, you are not to return to Eurydia any earlier than 10 years after you leave.
I understand.
Then take the prophecies you have been granted and do with them all of the good you can. And remember, the wheel must stop rolling. Eurydia must crumble. Do not attempt to save it. Just save those who would build a better society when it falls. You feel the section of rock you are sitting on in this dream rumble violently, and cracks begin to form in it underneath you, and they spider out in different directions before eventually every corner of the rock is weakened and inlaid with cracks. Ivona returns to her regular size, takes one finger, and moves one of the cracked rocks, and the entire platform crumbles beneath your feet, and you fall into the abyss. The gods that were looming over you separate in distance faster and faster as they disappear from your vision, and as everything goes black, and as there is nothing visible to you, you come to consciousness. And Lysandra awakes, having received a very important prophecy.
I imagine she falls out of her bed.
For sure.
Because, like, you know, the feeling of falling and then the eventual impact, and that's probably what wakes her up.
Yeah.
That or Typhon jumps on her.
Again,
One of the two.
it's that, like, you literally had a dream about falling at the very end there, and you wake up with a start, roll out of bed, plop onto the ground, and weirdly, the sound of cracking is still here, but it's not here in your room. The sound of cracking is actually coming from down the hall. And we'll get back to that in a moment.
Boo.
I'm out of focus? No! No! Help! Okay, I think I got it. Am I good? Am I good? I think I'm good.
Well, you're focused on being a DM right now, so something's gotta give.
Very fair. Before I move on to the next scene, how's everybody feel about that prophecy?
What the fuck?
What the
Holy shit.
Look,
And you're
I'm just saying.
10.
I'm just saying.
10 years?
I'm just saying, if I'm telling a Greco-Roman story,
We have to get to the hero's journey.
I have to make you guys
Odyssey us.
go on an odyssey. I have to.
Yeah.
Time to get on my Hercules.
I have to make
Okay,
you
but-
leave Euridia.
I'm gonna say no to the divine call of adventure first. You know how this goes.
I do know. I understand.
And you're gonna threshold barrier my ass.
I have to give you all the Odyssey storyline. It's only right.
Pick up a
There you
spell that increases my strength so I can pick up Ebis and I can pick up
Look,
Turkey
it's
and I'm
just-
slithering away.
It's just one decade away from the city. It's not gonna be that big of a deal. Nothing
How dare
major's
you.
gonna happen.
Gotta scoop up my clanmate. We gotta go. Prophecy says so.
Don't worry,
My
Tara will
bestie's
carry Tear.
Nothing major is going to happen.
Nothing major's gonna happen. You know, Odysseus left Greece, went across the water, fought in a war,
It
and
was
then
fine.
came right back. It's fine.
Everything was okay.
It's fine. Nothing happened. What are you talking about?
Forgot the bit where he sluttered around.
He
that-
did
No
slut
spoilers
around.
for the Odyssey.
Odysseus did slut around all the fucking time.
why
Actually,
I'm
continuing the
the course
session. Going back to the game. I've been sitting on that for a bit.
Hey, question for you, baby.
Quick answer. Yeah.
When do I hit, like, I have to hit my threshold for an affliction, right? Or is it
You have
half?
to hit half.
And
Is
then Link
Lysandra
springs
at
up hit
half?
point. No, I was just curious. And then,
Yes.
Link
You know what?
springs
This actually would be
immediately.
this actually would be a great point to take a quick break.
I'm a genius.
Before we get into it. Yeah, we're actually gonna do a quick 5-minute break. We will be
Mull
back.
all that over.
We will be back for the next portion of this episode, Concealed Consequences.
How dare you?
We will be right back, everybody.
Or did you guys
Did
never
Kip
leave my
stay
house?
over? Did
No.
Kip and Galatea just like
Hi,
hang
hi.
out at Lysandra's
all night.
house?
Oh no.
Kip would have probably ended up like a teddy bear, because Tara would have like grabbed him and just, nope, you're coming with me.
I will
good math.
say I didn't
Emotional
get
support
a
little guy.
chance I didn't get a chance to say it before, but Galatea is definitely, whenever she sees Tara in her were-lion form, she is unaware of her doing it, but she is constantly checking that her putting her hand on her neck, just checking, pulling on her fingers to see if they pull out or something.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Also, we are still waiting on Tearfy, but the next immediate scene I was gonna get to doesn't involve that character. So.
Okay.
What?
I said okay.
Okay, I just don't want the break to go for too long.
I'm still eating
By
the
By the
toast.
way,
Oh, you're still eating?
Faster.
It's fine. We're having
Okay.
breakfast. Same thing.
by the way, Celeste,
Mm.
did you get my message?
Yes, I did. I checked it out during the break.
Perfect.
We're out of the break now.
Yes, we are done with the break. Ba-bum. And I was actually going to go to Galatea, so this is perfect. Da-da-da. So, eventually, the night before, Galatea worked her way, or actually, I know we're sort of fuddling with time here, but Galatea, when you left Lysandra's house eventually, did you go back to your abode? Or did you check out the house of a particular person who is close to you? Since you were worried about her safety.
There.
Okay,
Yeah,
excellent.
definitely went there.
Then in that case, you move up to the nobles' quarter after. Oh no, you're already in the nobles' quarter. This is actually perfect.
Yeah.
You leave Lysandra's house and move throughout the different streets until you eventually get to the home of the artificer who you know she is staying with.
Okay.
Do you plan on like knocking on the door, going inside, checking on her in a way that is more covert? Just out of curiosity for how Galatea would go about making sure that she is safe.
Well, I'm assuming here, me the player,
Mm-hmm.
that earlier on, before her friend ever started living here, that Galatea would have at the very least visited sometimes just to see if this person was trustworthy.
Got it.
So just knocking on the door.
Excellent. So you go up, knock on the door, and Eros, the artificer, who she is living with, opens the door, and I think smiles humbly at you as they see that you are in front of the door. And he goes, Galatea, I wasn't expecting you. Please, come on in, make yourself at home. You know you're always allowed to.
Thank you. How are you both doing? How are you all doing, actually?
Physically doing well. Admittedly, Egel's morale is sort of at a low at the moment. We've been trying out new prosthesis to try to use with her, but I haven't been able to come up with anything that is compatible yet. Her body has been rejecting a lot of the prosthesis I've been trying to get her to utilize.
Althea stays eerily quiet, like not even a heartbeat coming out of her.
Mm-hmm. But
Just
everything else is fine. The rest of her bodily functions have been healing very well from the wound. Aside from her body rejecting the prostheses that I'm trying to get her to use, everything else is tip-top, working completely as intended. It's just very likely that she'll ever have another arm. You can see her if you'd like. I no longer have to be as stringent with procedures when seeing her. She's down the hall, right where she normally is.
I was sent to the sewers today to take care of a mutated dragon. Well, clutch of dragons, actually. They fused into a singular being. Do you think something similar could work? Maybe have
Like
an arm
trying to
big,
like graft. I mean,
not
So-
necessarily like trying to magically bond something that hopefully works, be it from wood, from
it's
flesh, from mechanical stuff.
it depends on a lot of factors. Like I said, a lot of the prosthetics that I've been putting together, her body has been rejecting. If I were to try to use transmutation to attach a flesh arm to her, there's a lot of factors that can make that complicated. If the arm is in a particular state of decay, I will have to like use necromantic magic to.
No, grafting won't do.
Sus-
Not only am I being
Sustaining an arm made of flesh means we have to give it fuel that her body wouldn't normally be able to provide.
Yes, not only that, but I am being watched, and I doubt that this is going to be allowed in any manner.
Very fair. Like I said, everything else is beginning to work fine. Her physical therapy is going very well. She's getting to the point where she's more and more able to walk without assistance. It's still not perfect, but we are graduating her to the point where she can start using crutches. Her body still has to get used to holding up its own weight, but like I said, the only problem is that she might not be able to have a replacement arm.
Well, that is quite honestly excellent news.
I saw the look on your face when I first started talking. I wanted to assure you that that was the only thing that was not going to plan.
Well, why start with the bad news then?
Because I think perhaps that reflects more on me. Why I went to the worst news first. But by the by, things are working better, and she is recovering at a fairly decent rate. I am not a doctor by any means. Medicine, I only have an informal training with. But with what I have had available to myself, she has been doing just fine. Again, you can go see her just down the hall. I understand that you might still be scared. But there's no longer a prevalent risk of infection. The wound itself is almost entirely treated. It is okay to... It's okay to go in the room.
Thank you very much for everything.
Anytime, Galatea. You have done me a great many favors as well.
She stands up and starts heading towards the room Eagle is in. And as she passes a corner, she tries to find some kind of place where she can place something small.
Perfect. You head up to the room, open the door, and you see Eagle fast asleep. A very large chunk of the left side of her torso still missing, no arm. And you see Eagle still has the incredibly pale, sickly looking flesh. Skin that is somewhat but not entirely taut. Just very, very thin. Long black hair. And it's still a little bit of a harrowing sight, seeing exactly how much of her is missing. But it's her, and she is very much alive.
In her, Galatea smiles to see how much she's recovered from the last time she saw her. She sits down next to her, caresses her head.
Almost immediately, her body responds to your touch. And please continue, but know that as you touch her head, she immediately starts to stir.
Seeing as she starts to stir, Galatea is not going to say everything she was going to. However, she will hold back a lot of tears.
Um,
Um, hmm?
as you're stifling yourself and holding your tears back, you feel a very delicate, very weak, and very cold hand place itself on the back of your left palm. And her head sort of lolls over to the side, and she sort of is like squinting herself awake, and is adjusting to the light in the room. And you see, as is a feature that tends to befit Dompier, you see her scleras of her eyes are solid black, and the irises a bright and luminous red. And she rolls over and looks up, and very weakly goes, "Well, if it isn't a sight for sore eyes."
You're telling me?
Hello, Galatea.
Hi, Eggle. I see you're much better.
Could you help me sit up? It still doesn't come
Why?
easy. Sit
She
up.
doesn't exactly talk, as more so stumble upon all of the lexicon that she has accumulated over her entire lifespan as she helps her up.
Okay. You help her up. She like uses her right arm to sort of brace herself. You see a lot of the atrophied musculature very slowly, with a lot of effort, beginning to rebuild itself. And even though there is more defined muscle because of her like thinness and the tightness of her skin, it's not at all strong yet. But with your support, she is able to sit up and rest against the head of the bed. So what brings you around suddenly? Usually you tend to ask a week in advance if you can visit.
Galatea visibly, the smile she has from the utter joy of seeing Eggle doing so well,
Mm-hmm.
turns plastic almost. But says nothing about it.
She reaches her right arm up and places it very softly on the left side of your neck, traces the thumb on your underlying jawbone, and goes, "Gal, what is it? I don't like being kept in the dark, you know that."
A lot has happened.
You're telling
I'm sure
me.
you're aware that. I'm sure you're aware by now that the Empress is pregnant with a child.
Which no one thought was possible. Even during my time as an initiate, I wouldn't have believed it if I heard it. But I suppose it is a. And though some out there would call it a miracle.
I would call it a curse for both. Galatea immediately looks around, then remembers that she is still attuned to the brooch and stops herself in her tracks.
Mm-hmm.
I want to talk about it later. Not the best moment.
I'm
The
gonna
other thing
make
I-
a roll on behalf of Egel real quick.
Okay.
Okay. Egel looks at you quizzically as you sort of halt yourself and restart your statement. And then sees the brooch, looks back up at you, and very knowingly goes, "Of course, there's always another time to talk."
Thank you for understanding.
I understand
However-
perfectly.
Another thing I wanted to talk to you about.
Hmm.
The Empress is starting to lay eyes on me and others she doesn't like. As you can see, well, I was sent on a task. My invitation clearly, well, invitation if it can be called that. The summons was, let's say, tarnished. But what concerns me the most is what exactly we were sent to do.
I am.
You know the
all
rumor
ears.
about. You know the rumor about the water supply being tainted and all that.
Yes, actually, Arrows had to go through a lot of additional procedures to make sure that it was perfectly potable before. I mean, I was still very susceptible to
Oh.
infection.
Well, good news. The task I was sent to fix was exactly that. Bad news. It all caught on fire.
Okay.
There was a clutch of green dragons that hatched and got transmuted by the water. I don't know how that works.
And as an immediate show of Egel's impeccable intellect, you say dragons fused together, transmuted, and then the water, and she having an understanding of how the water supply works goes,
Yeah,
the transmutation forced their bodies to combine.
that. I thought the same thing, but yeah, that. Thankfully, one was saved from the atrocious life that it would have been. However, what I'm concerned about is not the fact that there were dragon eggs down there, but the fact that they didn't know it was a dragon down there. They only cared about what was coming out. No. Well, why that happened?
Are there any left
Well,
of the dragons? I mean,
yeah, like the Empire only cared that it was clean water coming out. They didn't care how or why that happened, but just fix the problem, as always. We managed to fix it and everything, but there's an initiate that caught my eye. Her name is Ibis. She reminds me a lot of you and I,
Ibis
actually.
Vacanti.
Yes.
I remember when she was brought in off the streets at a very young age.
I still think something was going on with her poor family. Regardless, she reminds me a lot of you and I.
In what sense?
And I mean, well, you know how you and I never truly explored what we are until after all of this. And even then, not much because I couldn't be around a lot without risking you.
She smiles and says, Adam Pierre Nedulahan, two half-dead freaks of nature. How could I forget?
Well, she and her, I don't want to say partner, but it's fairly obvious from when I saw them together that there's going to be something there sooner or later. So I'm just going to call them partners from now on.
That's not
At
the
least
kind of
between you
thing I
and I.
thought you would snoop into. You have changed oh
Listen.
so much since everything went down.
Listen, you meet two people that remind you of yourself and someone you have this type of relationship with, you're going to make a connection.
I adore you.
Anyways,
Anyways.
her partner, well, she went through with sustainment, sadly, as there's no news of any new members of the sustaining mother running around the streets at night, not sleeping in their quarters.
She nods.
So, yeah.
So, now here's the question. Why tell me? What are you bringing up this girl for? Clearly something
Well-
important. Because even when there's no one to give it to you, Galatea is only always focused on the mission. So, how is she important?
This shows that she is extremely caring. Sure, she may not be as socially capable as you or I, or she may not be as intelligent as you, but she knows what she's doing. She knows that the people that live in the Empire are what's important at the end of the day, even if she currently thinks that the Empress is everything and all that is.
She nods.
And word she'll go down a extremely dark path if someone doesn't do something.
You see, Egil takes a long look at you. He goes, well, you were certainly right in comparing herself to you, weren't you?
She stays quiet. Galatea doesn't say anything. She just looks down a bit, a little in shame at what she's.
Egel will again like press her hand up and weakly tilts your chin back up to face her, and she says, "First of all, you are and will forever be forgiven. And secondly, what happened is why you know how to spot this in another person. I mean, it's very on the nose, but there is a reason why the phrase, "it takes one to know one," is as prevalent and accurate as it can be. To know is to understand, and to understand is to have a keen awareness of. Knowing Ibis has a dark potential was only possible because of what yours was. But you are in a mind to do good. Sure, some of it is you trying to prove to yourself that you have that potential. But I have always recognized it in you. I mean, you wouldn't be allowed in here if I didn't.
I'm sorry, that you cut out a bit there. Could you repeat that?
The last thing is she says, after all, you wouldn't be allowed in here if I didn't see that good in you.
At that, Galatea chuckles a bit, knowing full well that is the situation.
Yeah? So, give yourself a little more credit in forgiving yourself. Because that's what you have left to do. I have forgiven you. You have not forgiven you. And you might not, and that is okay. But you have to take the step to try, don't you?
Or crawl.
It is nice to see you again.
You too. Galatea holds Eagle's hand and starts wasting the rest of all her magic just trying to heal her.
Yeah, you like start pouring in lay on hands, and she goes, "Gal, gal."
Lay on
It's
hands, cure
fine.
wounds, everything.
Galatea, neither of us have the magical capability to cast Regenerate. Every
Doesn't help.
wound that could have been healed has been healed.
Doesn't hurt
Eros-
to try, does
Eros is still working on getting a proper arm that my body is compatible with. All of the effort is already being made, Galatea. The only effort I need from you is your effort to stick around. The energy your body exerts walking into this building. That is the effort that I admire from you. Being here. All that has been done for me medically has been done. Okay?
Doesn't hurt to try.
No, of course it doesn't. I'm not saying don't try. Just. She, again, grabs sort of the side of your neck, caresses it gently with her fingertips. Just. If you're going to beat your head against the wall, anyways, don't do it too hard.
Oh, come on, you know. We both know you find my lack of knowledge endearing to an extent.
Our conversations that have stemmed from your mostly empty head have been delightful, and I will not deny you that.
Well, I'm going to ask Eros if I could spend the night here.
I'm happy for that. I would love to have you as a guest. You see, as she's like tracing her fingertips on your neck, she kind of pauses a bit, and with her thumb, gently tilts your head up a little bit, and just studies the scar.
At that, Galatea immediately, out of just pure instinct, puts her hand on the scar.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to draw attention to it. I haven't really
You're
had
fine.
a chance to look at it.
It's just
It's the kind of thing, were I in a healthier body, I would spend a long time studying. But
at that Galatea laughs a little.
But
Like with my fingers before.
yes, quite like that. You're right. You should go talk to Eros. I'm sure they would be happy to let you stick around. You get up?
Yeah.
Uh,
Galatea stands up and takes a long, well, to her long time. In reality, it's like 5 seconds of looking at. God fucking damn it, bad memory. At Eagle, and then leaves the room, looking for Eros.
You step out of the room as you begin to walk back down the hall into the main room of this house. You actually watch Eros, who does not have a very high dexterity modifier, is a bit of a clumsy individual. You see, as you are walking down the hall, Eros trip, and a vial filled with some like reddish tinted liquid fly from their grasp, and Eros, who is also tilting forward and clearly destined to hit the ground with the vial that they dropped, stops in place at a 45-degree angle. And the bottle also stops its descent and is just hovering a good 2 feet off the ground. And the door behind you that was creaking closed ground to a halt as a time stop envelops the area. And in the door to your left, you see the handle jostle, and the door pull open. And you see a very familiar woman who lives on an island far away from Eurydia. Eyes glowing white, black hair tied up into a bun. Human, but with some supernatural aspects to her. Clawed hands, or just hands with long nails. And the entire hand and most of the forearm until just about the base of the elbow, pitch black. And Athanasia opens the door. And you see the door, which in the space it occupies should just be another room in the house. Instead opens to part of her island. She grins. Busy day, huh, gal?
Yes.
How are you holding up?
With my feet.
Am I not allowed to check in on you every once in a while?
You are.
Then why are you being so curt with me?
Well, lots of things. Namely, you weren't there while I was a child.
It's not
You
that
sent me
easy,
to-
Galatea.
You sent me to a noble family where I was treated like a slave, if not for a better word, just trained, never taught anything, only for the single purpose of serving this empire you put me in.
And am I not allowed a chance to make amends? A chance to apologize for accidentally giving you to a family that I was expecting to give you a better life than I was capable of.
You are.
Then I'm here to apologize, I suppose.
And that if Galatea was about to start helping Eros up while the time stop is going on and helping, but she stops. She never actually expected her to apologize.
Well, I see that I have floored you, apparently. Look,
I told you a lot of things. You first.
I did genuinely want something better for you than an exiled witch, an apostate could have given, but I misjudged the character of those I put you in the hands of.
Oh, good news. I partly followed in your steps. As Galatea rubs her neck again.
You see, very slowly, Athanasia steps through the door, which she was just standing in the doorway of, and says, May I? She steps forward a little more and very slowly and gently moves one of her taloned hands up and just traces the scar and then goes, You were brought to me so late. I wanted it to be cleaner of a process. The magic wasn't perfect, and I did what I could in the moment.
Which I thank you for. At that,
Does it still
Galatea
hurt?
a little before any response can be given. Galatea steps back and helps Eros back up. Puts the vial back in his hands and turns to look at her mother, because I forgot the name again, and you just said it. God damn it!
I will write it in the chat.
Perfect.
But it is Athanasia.
Athanasia, thank you. And Galatea looks back at Athanasia. I do thank you for not letting me... I don't know what would have happened. Die? Eternally be bound to something? I don't know. But I do thank you for letting me do what I want. However, an entire life's worth of abandonment or just not even knowing what was going on with me, despite your motives, is going to take time to mend.
I know. I was still on the run when I had you.
And?
I was hoping being the daughter of a witch that I could give you a life better than the one that I was leading. And instead, I set you down a life path that got you killed. And I had to literally stitch your head back onto your body. I wanted you to live a simple life in a good family. She just kind of
just
stops.
Doesn't know what to say. Yeah. They also has no words.
Look, I understand your need for time, but I'm going to go back to my island and time. And she steps back through the door, is standing on the shores of the beach on her island, snaps her fingers, and the door becomes the open door to just a regular storage closet with alchemical ingredients. And you see Eros jostle forward and go, almost fell there. I thought I fully fell. You know, I guess I recovered. Galatea! And they turn to greet you.
Galatea is still lost in thought.
Mm-hmm.
However, a little bit afterwards, she notices that Eros is looking at her, and she jostles awake from her mind and just straight up goes to the point because she's stressed as all hell.
Which reminds me, how many points of stress do you think you're taking for that interaction with Athanasia?
Let me check because I did give me. That would have to be a major
Major?
stressor.
Okay, go ahead and roll.
That was how much again? Sorry.
Oh, let me check. That's what I thought you were checking on. Let me.
Stress and afflictions. There it is.
Player resources. Major is a d6.
Okay. And d6.
5 points of
5.
stress to Galatea.
Okay.
What does that have you at?
11.
Okay.
Hopefully you're not at your halfway point. Haha.
Easy solution. Just look at some boobs.
Just look at some titties. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
The ones she's interested right now are going to give her more stress.
So, Galatea. You have that period of stress after speaking with Athanasia. And Eros is looking at you quizzically as you stand there lost in thought. And they just kind of like snap their fingers and they're like, Galatea.
Sorry. Never mind that. I wanted to ask.
I was going to say, is something wrong with Egel? You came out and just sort of stood in the hall and. What did you want to ask?
Sorry, everything's fine. Egel is wonderful, amazing. I wanted to ask if I could spend the night.
You see Eros smiles and goes, what do you think my answer is?
Well, depending on what you have on hand and whether you have someone else.
Yes.
And whether or not something is going to... Okay.
You are such a worrywart. Yes, you can... Of course you can stay here. I mean... Egel is important to me, and you are very important to her. Of course you can stay.
Really? Okay.
Thank
you.
Did you think you weren't important to Egel?
No.
Well, there's your answer. Do you need? Let me get some spare blankets and. You say they head over. They get supplies for you to sleep. Galatea spends the night there and wakes up the following morning, right as rain. Moving back over, Tara, you are, first of all, you made a quick snack for Lysandra before you left, and you are now standing outside of Tirfi's window with a plate of comfort food.
Yeah, I absolutely am. Tara is probably like as close as she can get to like. First question: is Tirfi's bedroom window on the first floor?
I would think so.
I feel like they have like a small 2-story. First story is mostly taken up by workshop and shop.
You know, that's fair. That's a fair point. That's might be. Then yeah, no, it's on the second story. So you would have had to climb up if you wanted to knock on her window, which I feel like that's not stopping you.
Yeah, it's not stopping Tara.
Still in the pan you stole from Lissa's kitchen.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she'd have packaged it or whatever, but like, she found a way to keep it warm.
I wrapped you a frying pan. There's food in it too.
Yep, and she just is hanging basically from the roof and knocking on the window.
Love it.
Alright.
Tap, tap, tap on the window.
I think she's knocking for like a little bit as Tirfi stirs. Starts banging louder, perhaps, to get her attention.
Literally, if Tirfi didn't get up within the first like couple knocks, Tirfi would wake up to a lion's roar.
Love it, incredible.
Cool, rolling out of bed, reaching for something heavy.
What's going on? Where are they? How many?
It's breakfast.
Yeah. I'll let you two carry the scene. Just let me know when you need me.
Okay. It's breakfast. And I brought 6 eggs. And a steak for you, and a steak for me, and a steak for your wife. Let me in. I'm hanging off of your roof.
Why didn't you come in the front door?
Why do I ever not come in the front door? I don't like the front door.
The back door?
I'm a cat. Let me in the fucking window.
Okay. Spray bottles aren't invented yet, so I can't dissuade Tara in any way.
Pop open the window.
Artificer needs to invent spray bottles to dissuade her very muscular cat girl. Okay, open the window, yeah.
Tara will climb in and be like, I assume you have eating ware because I just brought it in the frying.
Yes, you have been to our kitchen. I know you do not like to use utensils, but we have them.
I have quick matter of business. Please tell me you took that fucking thing they gave us all.
Tirfi, did you remember to take off the brooch?
You know what? I was thinking about it as a like I thought, yeah, probably, but actually, no. She's completely forgotten about it.
Okay.
Within the like events of the past 16 hours or so.
Mm-hmm.
And she would take it off as soon as she mentioned that. Like
Tara
it was it was a fucking snake around her arm.
Uh-huh.
Tara would hold her hand out to be able to chuck it like she did hers. You take the frying pan and give me that fucking thing.
It's a good thing the window was already open, because clear out the window it goes.
I do not want to know how it works first.
Inquisitive. You're always so inquisitive. Listen, the thing can let them spy on you.
Yes, but I need to know the dimensions of how closely they can spy on us.
Mine is already clear out of the fucking city. I still threw it when I was a fucking... Also, remember I told you I started that rumor about the fawn? The satyr?
Vaguely.
I was wrong. I will not elaborate further, but I was wrong. Let us go eat.
I'm very glad this Tsura is more useful than just a damsel.
Yes, yes. And Tara will go down and start plating up food.
Excellent. I know we just started this scene. I just wanted to follow through with it. There's one more thing I wanted to do before we get to Tirfi's meeting with the Vox and Salai. I'm going to... Oh, my headphones are acting the hell up at the moment. I'm actually going to ask Kip, because I realized I forgot to touch on this before we moved on to the next day. First of all, Kip, did you try to spend the night in Lysandra's house?
So, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Kip's go-to move is to just find a piece of furniture and pretend to fall asleep on it at first, like at kind of an early time, and then just let them acclimatize to the eventuality that Kip is going to spend the night there. So, yeah.
I did want to. I would have. I do want to say that Tara likely would have basically kidnapped Kip as like a cuddle buddy for the night.
I love it.
They're not opposed to.
I love how it took one day of exploring through the sewers for Tara to go from hating Kip's guts to being like, I still don't like you, but you're way too good at comfortable physical touch that I can't let you leave now.
Soothing the savage beast.
25.
See, the grim part of me is like, can Typhon do a crime if Kip stays the night?
Can Typhon do a crime?
Can
I don't
Typhon do a crime?
Can Typhon steal?
What did Typhon want to steal?
I don't know. It's probably the shiniest object that Kip has.
It's probably the brooch.
It's probably the brooch. Those brooches are very opulent.
It's gone then. I guess Typhon has it. I don't know where Typhon put it, but it's Typhon's now.
Man.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
He might have eaten it. Who knows?
okay.
I mean, you know what? No, I'm not gonna give it to you as a freebie. I'm gonna have Typhon roll sleight of hand.
Yes.
Yeah.
Please give me a dexterity check on behalf of probably
Kip's asleep.
If Kip is saying it's advantage, it's an advantage.
Okay.
He's
I was gonna say
asleep.
he has advantage on stealth checks, as long as there's not light in the room.
Yeah. Give me sleight of hand at advantage.
Yeah, Tara sleeps in pitch black, so.
21. Yeah. The brooch.
yeah.
The brooch is taken from Kip's person and is added to Typhon's hoard, probably up in the rafters where no one else can get to it.
Great. Thanks.
Well, I know Tara could probably get up there because she could just standing leap and grab onto the rafter. But like,
Tara
See,
just
if anyone
does
knows
pull-ups
it's there.
and hangs out with. Tara just does pull-ups and hangs out with Typhon, and like
Yeah,
feeds
I love
him
it.
little pigs.
all right. So, Kip, provided you are staying the night, my question now for you is, how early in the morning do you think Kip tends to wake up?
It probably depends. I get the vibe that like Kip is used to either being woken up or just kind of waking up whenever they need to.
All right. Let me rephrase the question.
Okay.
Relying on your own body to wake up after a very stressful day where your life was actively under threat. Does Kip sleep in, or is Kip up and alert super early?
It's like a solid 10:30 in the AM before Kip's actually
Got
awake.
it. So,
Tara is way gone by that point.
Yeah.
so in that case, Tara's already gone, and if you say that someone else can wake Kip up,
Yes. Someone could.
then Kip, you are up at around 6:30. 4
Yes.
hours before you would have naturally woken up. At this point, Tara is either making food or is already gone.
Yeah, I would've-
Lysandra is still having her prophetic conversation with the false deities. Or the false divinities. Kip, you are woken up at around 6:30 in the morning. When you receive a sending.
Oh?
And you hear the very familiar and, I think for Kip, comforting voice of Eudoris. Except the contents of the message and the panic in Eudoris's voice make it a terrifying ordeal.
Oh. Okay.
It's a very short message. There's a limit on sending of 25 words, which Eudoris does not meet. You get a very brief, you can tell in their voice, knowing them to be a warrior poet, exhausted from fighting an actively wounded Eudoris, messages you in the early morning. Hi, little Fawn. Apologies for not making dinner the other night, and, you might not see me for a while. And that's where it cuts off. You have up to 25 words for you that you can send back.
Okay. I mean, Kip was groggy up until this point.
Uh-huh.
And immediately they respond, "Where are you? I'm coming right now." Like, tell me where you are.
You don't get another message back.
Fuck. So yeah, at this point, Kip's just kind of pacing anxiously.
Mm-hmm.
Can Tara have also made food for Kip? Just so Kip has something to comfort them in this time of need?
Yeah, absolutely. You can make some food for Kip. That's okay.
It goes untouched, at least for a bit.
Now, Kip. There's not a lot of things that get under your skin and rack your mind. However, in this instance, moderate or major stress.
I'm
I'm not giving you minor stress for this.
I'm gonna roll a die. If it's even, it's major. If it's odd, fell off the table. Okay, let's try this again.
If it's odd, it's
7.
moderate.
7.
Okay.
It's fine.
fine.
4 points
There's
of stress to Kip.
Okay. That's fine.
Everything's fine.
After a little bit of pacing, you receive another sending. Not from Eudoris. From Eudoris's sister here in the city. Their sister Sophia. Messages you using sending and says, Kip Ariso, I know you're close to Eudoris. Do you know where they are? I just got an ominous sending from them, and I don't know what's going on. Are you with them right now? What's happening?
Oh, okay. this definitely gives Kip pause. They take a
Just
sec to
saying,
think, and
Eudoris only has
then-
so many spell slots and has a couple of people to send messages to.
okay. Kip would respond, I don't know. I also got a message. We should meet up and look for them.
You get another sending. And it's just, that works for me. Where are you right now?
I'm at the prophetess's place, but I can go anywhere in the city.
Final message. That's fine. I'll come to you.
Great. Perfect. All right. Oh. Yeah, that's... Wah. I think I'm going to take another point of stress, because if their sister doesn't know where they are and also received an ominous message, that's bad.
Yep.
Kip is gonna grab something from the breakfast that is prepared and just like go and stand outside the place. Wait.
It's like a mini quiche, so like you could probably just take the whole ramekin in a spoon.
Okay. Sure, yeah.
So we cut to Kip waiting nervously outside of Lysandra's house on a bench near, like, the property wall with a ramekin and a quiche and just nervously scarfing it down.
A step up from your average anime girl toast.
It
Yeah.
is. It is.
That's
It
what
is
I
better.
was
It is better. It is better than running out with the one, like, not even browned piece of toast loosely flapping as they run.
Yeah.
Incredible. Love the energy. Eventually, you see, another, like, an Eladrin woman. Clearly, you can see the resemblance she has to her sibling. Comes, like, barreling down the cobblestones before
Kip is
seeing
running
you.
up to meet them. or
Yeah,
her.
you run up to meet her. And she goes, okay. A lot happened. Oh, okay. What was the contents of your message?
They said they didn't sound good. First of all, they said I might not see them for a while, and I was like, "Where are you?" And I didn't get a response, so I'm kind of freaking out a little bit, just a little. Okay.
The message I got, she told me that he wasn't coming home for a while, and that he was just suddenly attacked. I mean,
Did you get any other information, like who or what or why?
no, the sendings didn't say, and I didn't get a response.
Do you know where they went or anything? Who they were with?
No, honestly, they've been gone for a bit. I know just the other day, that, she went and stopped by your vineyard, and then he never came back home, didn't stay in the room, didn't stay in her room. I mean, they've been gone, at least for me, for longer than just a day. The last time I saw Eudoris is when they went to your vineyard. I
That's
was
the last
hoping...
time I saw them too.
I was hoping that they had spent the night with you, or that I don't know.
I invited them to dinner, but they didn't make it. So, okay. I asked about it jokingly, but Doris did say that they were gonna go meet with. Fuck, what was her name? Raya, the crab lady.
Crab girl?
Crab bitch. I don't know how serious they were about that, but if they were, then maybe we should go. Not violence. Not violence. That's not the answer.
I mean,
Ask.
we can
Ask questions.
head over to her shop and I guess our best lead is Crab Girl. And you see Sophia not happy with what's going on. Just starts heading down to like the market.
Maybe we could try work contacts after this. I don't know how this is gonna work.
You follow suit, following Sophia and eventually getting to the abode of Raya, the crab merchant.
Great!
Not crab bitch. I'm here to ask questions.
Sophia is like, do you want me to...
I got it. It's fine. I'll do it. I might be a little upset, but I'll handle it.
Would you say that Kip is a little crabby?
You
Go to
ruined
jail.
me.
Go to jail.
1 point of strength.
Take a point of
Go to
inspiration
jail.
and then go to jail. Incredible.
Okay. Kip goes inside this shop, or is it her abode?
As is the same for a lot of the houses on the market district. Normally it's like a booth that has a side door that connects to the house, right? So it's like the house, and then built into the side of the house is the market stall.
Right. Okay. And it's like 7 in the morning, so she's probably not open yet. All right. Yeah. I go knock on the door.
Okay.
Incessantly.
You knock on the door incessantly, and after a bit, you see the door opens, and a woman with bluish purple kind of reflective scales, fish-like ears, bright yellow eyes with horizontal pupils, and rows of like shark-like teeth. As Raya, a Triton, opens the door, and you see like she's like in fishing gear and was about to go get her fresh stock for the day. And she goes, Kipariso.
You know me. Interesting. Yes. Okay. So then you probably know why I'm here. Eudoris, have you seen them lately?
No, in fact, I was actually hoping to ask you for some clarification on that. Because I was told yesterday through a sending that they were going to swing by my abode and then never showed up. I cleaned up the house, I had all of the preparations in order, I spent the entire night getting ready, and Eudoris never showed.
Well, fuck. Right. Okay. Good luck with your crabbing.
Is that
Kip just
is
turns
that
around
it?
and-
Is that the end of the interaction?
Yep. Have a nice life, Raya.
And she looks around confused before rolling her eyes and heading down to the side of the mountain.
Great. Okay, Sophia. So we're down to 0 leads.
You see Sophia is just sitting here lost in thought, trying to think about where to go next. When Eudora set off after leaving your vineyard, did you?
I'm trying to think. I can't
Did you
remember
have a
anything
sense that
I
they
saw.
were actually intending to go see Raya?
Well, she just said that Eudoris sent a message that they intended to come, but I don't know.
So
I can't remember anything else that they said in the interaction.
Maybe Eudoris was planning to visit Raya,
That's what it seems like, yeah.
and if you see Sophia sad and worried and angry at like the lack of communication she's gotten from Eudoris, or the lack of context as to where she could possibly fucking be.
Yeah, Kip is like a mirror image of that. Maybe we can hire someone to cast a finding magic. There's got to be a spell for that, right?
I already tried locate creature, and it has a certain radius to it.
Okay.
I'm
I
not.
don't have any other ideas.
I have.
I have favors I could call in, but none of that would help right now.
Wait. Do you know anyone who can scry?
Well, I was just at the house of the predominant seer of the church of all this bullshit, but I could ask, couldn't hurt.
The prophetess is very new to her position. I understand that. I don't know if she possesses that proficiency with magic, but we could attempt.
She might know someone that does. I can't think of anyone off the top of my head.
Hey! Give me an intelligence check real quick, Kip.
Okay. Intelligence?
Intelligence?
Just straight intelligence?
You can... Let me check your proficiencies right quick.
I've got +0 to straight intelligence. But I think I have a +1 to like history and investigation and
Okay,
stuff.
give me history.
History?
Yeah, give me
Okay.
history.
11?
11. This was a recent enough event that I'll give it to you.
Okay.
Thinking back, there's one thing you could try.
Uh-huh.
At the base of Mount Carania, when you are heading down from the city and going back to your family's vineyard.
Right.
Isetis, who, as you recall, for the correct answer of all 3 of her riddles, if you answer one correctly, she lets you pass, and you already have the answer to one of the riddles. If you answer the second correctly, she's willing to give you a boon. No, I'm sorry. For the second, she'll go back to her lair and won't harass anyone else. If you answer all 3 at the same time, she'll offer you a boon.
Okay.
Now, it's not perfect, and it's a little bit of a long shot. But if you can answer all of the Sphinx's riddles correctly, you will have a very, very powerful magical creature who offers you a favor.
Okay. Sophia, are you smart? Are you good at riddles?
Sophia looks and like smiles, and she goes, "The three of us went to the College of the Fine Arts together. What are you expecting? Of
Yeah, we
course."
did, but I'm as dumb as shit, so I'm asking if you're good at riddles.
And she, as a College of Lore bard, smiles and says, "I have a specialty in historical texts, poetry, and ancient riddles."
That's probably good enough.
Is there
I'll explain
anyone
on the
else
way,
you
but we
want
need-
to bring with you?
Who else would I bring?
Who else do you know that's smart?
No one that's probably awake at this time of morning.
She nods. Fair enough. All right. Whatever you lead, I will follow.
Okay, yeah. Kip leads and explains along the way that they're going to see a giant mythological creature who's been gatekeeping this road.
And so it shall be. You head outside of the city limits of the great city-state of Eurydia. Descend down the stairs on the side of the mountain. And then I'm answering a question in the Discord. Okay. You head down the staircase with Sophia in tow. Head down the base of Mount Carania, and eventually find yourself once again seeing the sleeping leonine figure of Isetis, the Sphinx.
Yes, whose name I wrote down and I remembered.
Just
before you said it.
Of course. And as you descend with Sophia, you see Isetis stir, blink her eyes lazily, and look up at you as you approach. And seeing someone who's already played her game, she smiles and sits herself entirely upright. And you find yourself again head to head with a great and mighty Sphinx.
Yeah, Kip bows and says, morning, great and mighty Isetis. I have a person with me who's very smart and good at riddles.
I see. And my question to you, because you already know the answer to one of the riddles and could just as easily say the answer and move on with your day. Are you
Yes,
here for something in
but-
particular?
Yeah,
You've come
kinda,
back for
so-
the whole lot, haven't you?
You know me so well, and we've only met twice.
Oh, but I know you're kind.
Weak, beseeching the power of higher beings. Yeah,
Bards.
same thing.
Fair enough. You're not entirely wrong.
Anyway.
So, would you like a refresher?
Sophia, Isetis, Sophia.
You see she like turns a paw around as if to like do a little bow. And you see Sophia bows back. So, would you like a refresher on the riddles?
Yes, please, because Sophia has not heard them yet.
Mm-hmm.
Because I didn't remember them.
The first riddle. Who is the father who has twice 6 sons? These sons have 30 daughters apiece, parti-colored, having one cheek white and the other black. They never see each other's face, nor live for more than 24 hours each. The second riddle. A thing there is, whose voice is one, whose feet are 4 and 2 and 3. So mutable a thing is none that moves in earth or sky or sea. When on most feet this thing doth go, its strength is weakest, and its pace most slow. In the third riddle.
That's the one I answered.
That's the one you answered. In the third riddle.
That one was the hard one, Sophia.
I never was, and always is to be. No one ever saw me, and no one ever will. Yet I hold the confidence of all who live and breathe. What am I? Now, I don't want to change the rules of the game up, but you, she points to you, Kip, you already know the answer to one of the questions.
I do, but
So
I didn't tell. I didn't.
All I'm saying is, I want you to find the answer to a new one. I'm not gonna let you skirt by without doing any of the work. If you and your compatriot want a boon from me, I want you to figure out the answer to another riddle. Let your compatriots figure out the hard one, as you already said, right? Why don't you answer one of the easier riddles?
Okay. It took a while. After hearing that again, I think I might have an idea for the first one that you said, the one about the
father
slut
with
with like 30 daughters.
Because of that snide little comment, I'll give you 2 guesses on any of the 2 remaining riddles that you have not answered.
Well, I'm glad I could entertain you.
That's what I'm here for.
I'm thinking it's like a calendar or a year. One of those things.
Is that your answer, Kipariso?
I don't know which one is technically correct, so I don't know which one I'm answering.
I didn't say if either was correct. I'm just asking if that's your answer.
Give me a second to think. And by think,
Okay.
I mean, can I roll and get a hint?
Yeah, give me an intelligence check.
4.
4.
Okay. Well, I get 2 guesses.
You do get
So
2
I guess
guesses.
I guess I'll just use 1 guess for each then. First guess, a year. That's my first guess.
You see, she leans down and smiles. And Isetis gets real close and says, wrong.
Okay.
It is not a year.
Alright. Is it, second guess, the calendar then? Or, no, wait.
Now that one is
that-
a technicality, because what this is could potentially be reflected on a calendar, but it is not in and of itself the calendar.
Oh. Huh. Okay, well, if it's not a calendar, then is it just like the concept of time?
You see
Or no,
Isetis
would it be a-
smile and say, it is time.
Thank fuck. Okay.
I'm gonna have Sophia make an intelligence check.
feeling so smart, you guys.
Oh, smart.
Okay. So Sophia on the second riddle says, a thing there is whose voice is one, whose feet are 4 and 2 and 3. So mutable a thing is none that moves in earth or sky or sea. When on most feet this thing doth go, its strength is weakest and its pace most slow. So it is a creature that has 4 feet and then 2 feet and then 3 feet. When it has 4 feet, it is moving as slow as it possibly can. The answer to the riddle is the Veer, mortal beings.
You got that so fast.
We start as children, crawling on all fours. We learn to walk and stand on our own 2 feet for the majority of our lives. And then we grow old and withered, and we require canes or other walking sticks to help keep us upright. Thus, we have 3 legs. You see the
I told you
Sphinx.
she was good.
The Sphinx looks back at you and goes, "You did say she was smart."
Yeah.
So, why don't you two work together on the third answer? Just so that, one of you isn't fronting all your work. Make it an equal effort.
And could you say it again? I may have
Of
totally
course,
forgotten the last riddle.
absolutely. I never was, and was always to be. No one ever saw me, and no one ever will. And yet I have the confidence of all who live and breathe. What am I?
And Kip turns to Sophia, steeples his fingers, and goes, I got no fucking clue.
So, what I'm gonna do, I'm still gonna make this dependent on your roll. Kip, I'm gonna let you roll intelligence
no.
with advantage, because Sophia is helping you try to figure the riddle out.
Okay. 5.
5.
Great.
Should have woken up you should have woken up Lysandra or
Now,
grabbed Tirfi.
does anybody have inspiration that they would like to lend to Kipariso?
I have inspiration.
You have your own
use it.
inspiration. Go ahead and reroll.
Store-bought is fine if you don't have any. 12. Is that
12.
good enough to get me anything?
I'm gonna help you out just a little bit more.
Thank you.
And I'm going to have Sophia roll or give you bardic inspiration. So give me another d6 and add that on top.
Okay, d6. 4. So that's 16.
16. Okay. So. Sophia leans in and goes, okay, this one feels like we need to read in between the lines. The riddle is intentionally given in simple words. There's not a lot of red herrings present here, right? It's very direct, simple descriptions. I never was, and I always will be. No one ever saw me, and never will. Those are very direct. So what exists and doesn't exist at the same time? Cannot be perceived, and yet everybody can rely on it. The future is
A lot.
good.
But people don't really rely on the future.
No.
It's not something you can count on.
No, I feel like the future is in the right direction, though. So, I think maybe future is too broad, right? Like, all of the future you can't depend on.
Maybe like prophecy then? But no, that might be too specific.
No, because you see prophecies, right? Prophets
Yeah,
envision...
it's not ephemeral enough. Religion?
And then you see, with Sophia, you two helping each other out, it clicks. And she goes, I think I have it.
Yep.
Okay. Hear me out. What if it's tomorrow? Not as broad as the future.
Oh.
But
that's perfect.
there will always be a tomorrow, but you can never live in tomorrow, right? It's a moment. It's a moment that
on the eventuality.
Exactly. Tomorrow is exclusively an event that occurs in the future. A day is never tomorrow. Even though we can always depend on another day to arrive, we never get to be in tomorrow, because once it becomes that day, it is today.
Oh my god, you're so smart.
Well, I do try my best. Would you like to do the honors?
Isatis, is it tomorrow?
You see Isatis leans forward again. Is the answer to the question tomorrow?
Yes.
Well, you said it yourself. Can't say no if it's not the question, right? You said it is, and so it is. You did in fact find the correct answer. It is tomorrow.
Okay.
Which is very good, because if you got that question wrong, I would have left, and you wouldn't have gotten to try again.
Yeah. I'm really glad I brought you along with me, Sophia.
So, with that being said, time, Livia, tomorrow, all correct answers. And so, for this reason, I owe you a boon.
Great. What are the, stipulations of that?
I think there's some room for negotiation, but for myself, what I will give you, it can be any request that I am personally capable of fulfilling without endangering myself.
Mm-hmm.
It can be a favor of a magical variety, a favor of a physical variety.
Okay, well, alright, so here's what I'm looking for help with your incredibly overpowered assistance. We're looking for a person who came through here actually just the other day and answered one of your riddles even. But now they're
Was
missing,
it the sibling of the girl there?
Right on the money.
I could see the resemblance.
They do look a lot alike.
So, you just need to find your friend. I feel like...
Ideally alive.
Well, that I cannot guarantee.
Yeah, that's why I said ideally.
So?
Staying hopeful. It's fine. Don't worry, Sophia. I'm sure they're fine. Yes, we need to find Eudorus.
You see Isatis close her eyes, and in the center of her forehead, an eye that opens horizontally, sharp and cat-like, opens, and then glows. And she attempts to scry on Eudorus. I will say, as for the purpose of the scrying spell, Sophia will give Isetis one of Eudorus's scarves as a way of focusing and making the DC that Eudorus needs to make higher. Because she wasn't expecting anybody to scry on him, so would of course attempt to resist that.
Assuming they're conscious.
So, you see Satis sit and observe for long, long periods of time. The silence and the lack of active information is sinking your heart down to your stomach.
I'm gonna take another point of stress.
Go for it. You see the eye in the center of Isetis' forehead closes, and her eyes open. He is alive.
Thank fuck.
He is gravely injured. And he is in the cargo hold of a boat, sailing away from Eurydia.
What?
He is tied up, and bound and gagged, and was clearly beaten to unconsciousness. The boat is heading due north, outside of Izun, through the Whispering Sea, and heading up towards Ozera.
Ozera. Alright, what's Ozera?
Ozera is a large, arid desert continent that is about 2 weeks on the water north of the small archipelago that makes up Izun. Scrying only allows me to focus on the target, but there was a gentleman in the hold talking to another individual through the very, very foggy vision that I had, trying to focus on something that was not Eudorus. The gentleman both dressed in a way that looked like that of mercenaries.
What were they talking about?
I could not tell. I just knew that talking was happening, but again, scrying spells do not really allow you to focus on something other than the target. But both of the gentlemen were scaled, and if I had any guesses, I would say that both of them are Dragonborn. And if that is the case, more than likely they are mercenaries who are from the City of Glass, Eder.
Great. Okay. Well, at least we have a lead.
Can you give me history with advantage real quick?
Okay. History. 9 on both the
9.
rolls.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have Sophia roll.
I'm rolling like shit.
I'm gonna have Sophia roll.
Thank you.
Okay, so
I'm
with
glad I got Sophia.
Sophia will help you out with this. She's basically relaying this info to you. Eder is a great and powerful isolated city within Eurydia. Not Eurydia, I'm sorry, within Ozera. Ozera, like I said, is a very arid desert continent. And Eder is a city inhabited entirely by the formerly nomadic Dragonborn, who, using their like breath weapons, would shape and glass blow, and they basically built an entire city out of enchanted dragon-fired glass that is incredibly resistant and durable. And yeah, so literally it's a city made of glass in the middle of the fucking desert that is inhabited by dragonborns.
Okay. Nifty.
Yeah, it's very nifty.
Okay.
I believe if my notes are correctly, or if my notes are taken correctly, the current leader of Adair and like the current governing body of the City of Glass is the great and powerful dragonborn Sultan Savris Sulkan, which I will write down for you.
Thank you. I will put that in my notes directly.
Also, I just realized the music is gone, so let me get that back. Let me get that back up and running. Da-da. Okay.
I'm just tapping away, taking these notes.
All right. Anything else? Or wait, hold on. That's my bad. I was like, you were waiting on me for stuff.
I mean, if you're done talking, then Kip will begin talking.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Frick, what was her name? Hold on. Where did it go? Isetis. Alright. Thank you for your assistance, Isetis. It was most invaluable. Also, since we answered at least 2 of the riddles, I think it might be in your best interest to leave before the church catches wind of you blocking the road here.
Very jokingly, I'm gonna say it's hard for Kip to tell, just based on the kind of rolls Kip has been making today. It's hard.
Kip is stressed out of their being.
Oh yeah, it's very hard to tell if Isetis is serious or not when she says this. But you see, she goes, "Oh, I'm sure the church is already aware of me. I mean, they've already sent me a great many meals." And jokingly, like, pats her stomach.
Oh, that's kind of fucked up. All right.
And you're not sure if she's joking or not. It's hard to tell.
All right. Yeah. Kip's gonna wrap his arm around Sophia and just kind of start walking back and like wave to Isetis and be like, "Okay, so, given that information, I don't know what your plans look like, but I am immediately gonna try and charter a boat and go that way."
You see, she's like pausing, and goes, "Dragonborn mercenaries from Ozera."
Yep, that's what you said.
It has to be the Storokai.
The what now?
The Storokai, which I'm gonna write down here in no mic as well.
Thanks.
The Storokai is the largest and most powerful mercenary guild that exists within Adair. I have no reservations about the fact that it more than likely is the Storokai that took Eudoris. The question is why? What would a gang of lowly mercenaries want with my sibling?
Your guess is as good as mine.
I am worried that... Eudoris's penchant for getting himself in trouble is what led to her having Adair's focus on her.
Yeah, when I drag him back this time, I'm gonna tie them to we're gonna have a serious talk.
She nods and says, "Do you want to grab a bite to eat so we can try to calm down?"
Not hungry, really. I kind of
Entirely
feel like if I
fair.
don't keep going, I might explode.
Well, unless you can charter a ship off of Eurydia yesterday.
Well, I did recently have a business interaction with a nobleman who probably has connections in that industry.
She nods and says, "Then I will lead you to chase whatever threads you think are necessary. I will help along the way as much as I can, but I still have responsibilities with the family, and I have younger siblings to take care of, so unlike you, I can't just up and leave Eurydia. But
Okay.
I do wish you safe travels."
I did recently meet a few very strong individuals. Maybe, we did cuddle last night, so maybe she would volunteer to help if I asked nicely.
She smiles and shakes her head and goes,
Like platonic sleeping, okay? This time, for real.
she nods and goes, "All I was going to say is, Eudoris does paint a very accurate picture of you."
Aw, is Eudoris always disparaging of me at home?
You see, she turns her head quizzically and goes, "Do you mean that question?"
No. I feel like the answer is no. The correct answer? No. Get?
Kip,
I don't know. I'm confused.
disparage you? Are you kidding?
No,
As if
in a
Eudoris-
playful way. I don't know. We always rag on each other.
Eudoris talks about you with a passion that they don't put into their writings. I mean, the words you bring to his lips would make the greatest of poets look like amateurs. Has he never told you?
Supposed words that would bring all poets to shame? No? I'm curious.
Then
now
she
about what you
has
mean, though.
never taken my advice.
Well,
They adore
it's
you,
a long walk back
Kipariso.
to the city. What? Oh. So I think I was talking at the same time as you.
They
and I didn't
adore
hear what-
you.
Right. And I think I was talking again. What? One more time?
She grabs you by the shoulders, and says, "Allow me to say this as directly and bluntly as I possibly can. Eudoris is head over heels for you.
Oh,
And has been for a long time.
oh,
And they've tried to tell you, Kip. In no uncertain terms.
well, I told you I'm dumb as bricks. No. Really?
Really?
Oh.
And I know you didn't necessarily need it, but that's all the more motivation to get her back.
Yeah, you're telling me.
So, start pulling those strings. Get
Oh,
your
believe
connections
me.
together.
I am going to get everything together and do absolutely everything I can.
You see, Sophia nods, and I'm gonna ask you one more time, Kip. Are you taking any stress from this?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
Thanks for asking.
Thanks for asking. Moderate or major?
Tell us when you hit your
Major.
halfway point.
Major stress?
Uh-huh.
That's 5 points.
Okay. My brain is off. What's 5 plus 7?
12.
12. Okay.
What's Kip's
So what's
maximum
your
stress?
max?
It says breakpoint is 40.
No.
Oh, hold on. We
What's
didn't.
calculation? you
Hold
did?
on. We have to do the calculation. Give me a sec. I gotcha.
I don't understand.
What's your
Uh-oh.
intelligence?
Okay.
My intelligence is 10.
Or wisdom.
And wisdom is 13.
Okay. So it's 20 plus your level, so 23, plus 4
27
times your wisdom modifier. So it's 27.
Uh-huh. I don't know what that means.
So if
okay.
you hit half of your maximum stress threshold, you have a mental break and suffer an affliction.
Oh,
So you
okay.
get 2 more stress points. Affliction time. Maybe.
Great.
That's right.
Yeah, if you suffer 2 more points of stress, you suffer an affliction.
Awesome.
Awesome. Good to know. All right.
I think while they're walking back, Kip would ask, can you send ascending to people you don't know? That's not a thing, is it?
You have,
You have
to
to
have
know
a
them.
familiarity with the person.
Okay. Yeah, that wouldn't work. Never mind. Yeah, Kip would just...
Is there like a sending phone book?
I'm not sure if Kip would go directly to this noble person's place. It is like first thing in the morning. Well, I mean, like, I have that letter thing. I'm not sure how one would use that unless, like, going straight to them or, like, to their office or something.
Which I should say, while you're briefly outside of the city, does Kip go to grab anything at the family vineyard?
Oh yeah, while they're close, Kip hasn't been home for too long, but Kip stored all their stuff there, so all their adventuring on the road gear packed up in a little bindle and slung over Kip's shoulder.
Okay. Hey Kip, I think I might end up pushing you over the edge with this. This is the
Oh,
thing
yeah?
that's in my notes. I promise you this was going to happen regardless whenever you got to the vineyard.
Yeah.
When you get up to like the vineyard itself, and as you're like passing through the walls and like getting into the part that's like really the territory in your family,
Mhm.
tossed over the wall and landing in one of the patches of grapes, Eudoris's lyre.
Oh, yay. If anything, I think that is just something Kip picks up and just slings over their shoulder and takes along with them as like a unwitting
Okay.
symbol of their resolve.
Okay? So no stress?
No, I don't think that would add to their stress.
Okay. I'm fine with that. 2 more things before we wrap the session up. We're actually going to do the quicker of these things first, and the longer of the 2 second. Lysandra, you slither back down the hall, listening to the cracking noise that's coming from further down. And as you move throughout your house, you realize it's coming from the sauna. And you see bursting from the shell a small green dragon wormling. It is, you would say, about 3/4 of the size it should be. And is definitely a lot smaller than the congealed mass that made up its brothers and sisters.
Is it like the size of a small dog or like the size of like a house cat?
I would
At the moment.
I mean, wormlings are
Compared to Typhon. Is it about Typhon
Oh,
size?
bigger than Typhon.
Bigger than Typhon?
Bigger than Typhon.
'Cause we
forget
established Typhon
house
is, like,
cat. This is
Hammy
like
size.
yeah. This is like
Great Dane.
yeah, but like
Or like a German Shepherd.
like German Shepherd, but like
Aussie.
German Shepherd, but like 3 or 4 months old. So like still a lot smaller, but like not puppy sized.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's in
yeah,
its awkward teen stage.
Yeah.
The doofy, long-legged, big-headed German Sheppies.
Yeah, exactly. Bingo.
Oz.
Big
Too big
wings,
for their
small
head.
body, big
Uh-huh.
head.
Bingo. That's sort of the vibe you get from the proportions.
Walks like a drunk pony.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Bingo. But yeah, this green dragon breaks from the shell. And despite being very, very smart, dragons are very smart. There is still a level of instinct that kicks in right after hatching. And so this dragon emerges from the eggs, or from the egg, lays eyes on Lysandra, recognizes Lysandra's reptilian features, and instinct puts 2 and 2 together. And you see in the dragon's eyes the immediate sense that the dragon looks at you and is right away like, ah, mom.
Oh no.
And very shakily, it like fully stumbles itself out of the egg. That does stretch the way a cat does, where like the dragon puts the front legs out and stretches like the back legs up, before leaning forward and doing the same thing in reverse, and then settling in. And looking to you, wordlessly asking if it can approach.
I think The only few times Lysandra doesn't wear her blindfold is when, like, she's going to bed.
Uh-huh.
Because eyes are already closed.
Sure.
Or, like, the veil around her face. And then hearing the rapid cracking probably freaked her out enough to, like, not grab her things or summon Titan. So she is doing the equivalent of trying to get as low as she can, which is a very hard feat for her. I guess she's just gonna outstretch the long snake body. And she just kind of holds out like a clawed hand, and then in Draconic, she'll be like, "Come here." It's okay.
Now, this is where the intelligence, the just raw intelligence of dragons kicks in. It can't speak it,
but I can understand.
But you definitely get the sense that it fully understands Draconic, just innately as part of its being. Knows what you are saying. Can I get a nature check from you real quick?
I don't have Titan, so I don't get advantage. I don't know where he is.
It's just for one minor thing.
Where's my son? A 20.
20. Female.
Female? Okay.
Female.
Okay. This narrows down the names of totally not, what the council has decided.
So, she steps forward, approaching you, rubs her scaled cheeks against the underside of your snake belly. And congratulations, Lysandra, you have a green dragon now.
The council has spoken. I'm sorry for the future name. That will take Lysandra a couple minutes to real.
No, don't be sorry. It's perfect.
I think her priority is make sure. What was the maid's name again?
I think I wrote it down.
Dione.
Dione.
Because I know it's not Dion.
Yeah, Dione.
Okay. Dione. And she will make sure that if Dione is here, to probably shoo her off again.
Yeah, I feel like this early in the morning, I feel like Dione just stepped in to get to work. Like, just walked in. I'm out of focus again. God damn it.
Yeah.
Is that better? No, it is not. Hi, camera. Hey, camera. Hey, listen. Listen. No hard feelings, but, like, I really need you to, like, no, you're almost there. You're so close. You've almost got it. It's only slightly blurry. Hey, hi. Okay, we're back in business. We got it figured out. We're good. So, continuing. Dione is like just getting in for work and like just set her bag down and is getting all of her supplies together to like start putting the house together. Yeah, literally just walked in the door like less than 5 minutes ago. And she sees you standing in the hall and very timidly goes, "Oh, morning, prophetess."
Has like the little creature just continues to follow, or has it stayed in like the sauna room?
If you try to walk away from the sauna, she will definitely follow you.
Okay. Yeah. So I imagine it's either somewhere on her back, somewhere on the shoulder, or is walking hurriedly running after her, something like that. And Lysandra is in a panic, going, "You might want to go.
I
The
just
dragon hatched.
I just got I just got
I know.
prophetess.
But if it bites you, it might hurt a lot. I'm kind of resistant to it, so it's okay. I've dealt with dragon bites. It's fine. Here's some money for the troubles. I'm sorry. You can come back later tonight if you want. I don't want you to get hurt, please."
Daihon, like, is panicking and is like, we'll just call it vacation?
Yes, of course.
Vacation! And she grabs her stuff and goes out the door.
How much do I pay her? Shit. I don't know. I just imagine, like,
are you paying her a day's wages or like a week's wages?
I'll do a week.
Perfect. You put, like, she's a housekeeper. You put 4 gold in her palm.
Okay, that is way less than what I was going to slap in her hands.
I mean, if you want to give her more, give her more. Yeah, 10. Yeah, you give her like a month and or like a week and a half's pay or 2 weeks pay, and she's like, "Thank you, prophetess," and she dips. All right.
I can't get my housekeeper poisoned.
Anything else you want to do?
I'm gonna go raid the kitchen and try to find something that will feed this creature. And she'll just kind of look at Typhon and be like, "Do you think yes?"
See, there are a couple of salt preserved portion of aurochs, and you just like grab one of the flanks and just toss it, and immediately, like this little dragon that was nervously and like very awkwardly following you around, the second the aurochs meat touches the floor, it's an immediate snarl, and she dives and just digs in. Yeah, it's just horrible sharp puppy teeth, except they're venomous now. Yeah, and she just starts just digging into the auroch's flank. Yeah.
I think Lysandra spends a very long time just making sure the little baby is fed. That Typhon doesn't fight with her. And then probably wait till Tara gets home and be like, "What do I do now? Help me."
We will get to maybe that particular instance next session. What we are going to wrap it up on. Tirfi, after having breakfast, after like spending your morning with Tolessa and with Tara, the time does come where it's probably better sooner rather than later to head out of the city and meet up with the Vox Ancillai.
Yeah, that's with Tara already here, that saves me a trip. So would get moving. Probably didn't sleep in as long as she might have since Tara woke her up.
All right. Eventually, are there any particular items or belongings Tirfi would take with her?
I think she would take... I don't know that she would take all of her kit, necessarily, but I think she would look like she's going out to pick herbs. That does include her, staff.
Okay.
Did Tirfi want Tara to come with her?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
then yeah, she'd follow.
Tara, you are coming along as not
You are-
not hired muscle. You are willingly donated muscle.
Oh, yeah.
You are fully notified of what the contents of the message was.
Fantastic. So lovely, wonderful DM. Would Tara be going toward this place, going past Tara's hunting grounds?
Yes.
Tara would actually want to lead Tirfi through there. Do you remember the thing I messaged you about a couple days ago?
Yes,
about
I
the
do
thing
remember.
So Tara would be taking Tirfi to the grove where she has carved the essentially a small shrine. How do you pronounce the god's name?
Cyric.
To Cyric. And she goes, "This is where I come to." meditate."
Yeah, it is a like moss coated moss coated stone altar. And on top of it is a hasty and indelicate, but still like obvious symbol of Cyric, that being in a completely empty cornucopia. That just lays on top of the mossy stone altar.
So, tell me again, Tirfi. We are going to see whom now?
Zoxalaris, was it? Or Ancillaris?
The Vox Ancillae. Let me write that down again.
We are seeing the Vox Ancillae. They are a group that organizes among the Throg communities. Initially, it was just to coordinate emergency responses, police our own areas, have family cookouts sometimes, maybe. It has become more politically active since then.
So a resistance force.
Yes.
I see. And how long have you been involved with them and not told me?
Since I've been an adult?
Fantastic. This is information your very large, well-skilled fighting friend should probably know. If you're going to start a rebellion, I would have liked to have known so I could help.
Well, I'm sorry, Tara, but your proximity to the prophetess and her position makes sharing things with you a difficult proposition.
While that is a fair point, you have to understand. I fucking hate this empire. They slaughtered my entire people. I have to make my own new clan because these fucking assholes killed my entire family. I watched my father burn in his own hut because they locked him inside. Of course I want this place to burn. And Leora with it.
Yes, and I would like Leora to suffocate as my parents did in the mines, but we have to be careful. I have come to trust you, so now I share the information with you because it is necessary.
If this is a trap, I am killing everyone in this building.
I would appreciate it.
Good. I will not risk you. I have just found you. You are my family, and I will not deal with this again. I will not lose everything again. And Tara will pick Tirfi up in a tight, like, almost possessive hug before letting her go.
Okay, I will need my ribs intact for the meeting. Thank you very much.
Yes, okay, let us go.
Carry on.
Yeah, and Tara will follow.
Okay.
Cyric,
all
come
head-
to.
Sirik, you can come too.
Just mysteriously sliding along.
This wood cornucopia just floating along beside you. You two head down outside of Eurydia. This takes place. I'm gonna say this takes place overall after Isetis leaves and dealt with Kip. So Isetis is gone and is not present at the bottom of the stairs when you all descend down the mountain to get onto the beaches.
Oh darn! I'd have loved to have wrestled a sphinx.
Isetis is a character who is very likely to still continue to pop up in the story.
Wonderful.
I like her.
Yay.
Regardless, you all head down, cut through the the small thicket of dense jungle that separates the stairway heading to the base of the mountain and the actual beaches of the island inlet inside of the trying to remember the name of the inside of Turok. Heading through that patch of dense jungle, coming out onto the other side, onto the sandy beach. It's a little bit of wandering, but Tyrfie, you do eventually spot that dilapidated fishing hut that was mentioned in the note.
Okay. I don't really know that. I don't really know that, like, stopping to feel the vibes of the place out would help very much. So I think Tyrfie would just head in.
Okay. You head in. Tara after. Inside of the fishing hut. Clearly, this is a building that is very often repurposed and used by the Vox Ancilli. Armor stands and weapon racks are made up in this room. There's a large table with a map of Izun that is like nailed into the table itself. There's a couple of Thrak here, and none have a more imposing presence than a Thrak who is much larger than the rest of his brethren. Long, decorated tusks that are pierced and engraved, which must have been a very painful process to have gone through. Covered in scars and wounds. Currently just wearing like regular common garb, but you can clearly see some of the armor on the armor stands is built for him. His entire right arm is taken over by a massive, like, meteoric iron, deep red metallic prosthesis that is pulsing with arcane energy and has, like, various, like, crystalline, like, magic batteries that run down its length and are powering it. He has piercings on his lips, on his eyebrows, covered in tattoos. And as you all step in, this gentleman looks at you, smiles, and goes, "And there's the last person we were waiting for. Nice to meet you, Tyrfie."
Alright, that voice. Yeah, she'll give a slight bow. I don't know if Thrak have their own style or something, but and she will indicate Tara.
Apologies for my lateness. I had to gather up a friend.
Tara will very gently nod.
He nods to you, looks at Tara, and goes,
We've had an eye on Lion's Born. We know she's a good one.
Have you now?
Well, you're often found around Tyrfii, and you are one of the individuals who aren't of Thrak ancestry who is actively helping out the community. Of course we'd notice you.
Yes, Tara's a very good girl.
You see Tara, this very, very slight twinge of blood. Do not embarrass me in front of your new friends.
So, you might know me as Emelyricus, which you might have also immediately clocked is a pseudonym.
Yo, Emelyricus.
My proper name, Atticus.
Alright, I've never seen Atticus before, have I?
Can you make me a history check?
Not proficient, okay.
Okay.
Gosh,
Just
playing an int character with not all knowledge is so embarrassing. Can I make an untrained?
one more time?
Can I make it untrained?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, 12.
12. Maybe a while ago, long while ago, probably might have been a patient that you met before. The one thing about Atticus that gives him a uniqueness that you feel like you would recognize right away is the giant Arcana Tech prosthetic arm. But it's possible you might have treated him before he sustained the injury that made that prosthesis necessary.
Yeah, so Tyrfii will extend a hand to shake the prosthetic specifically, and then kind of look at it like, geez, I don't know how this thing works.
Oh yeah, definitely a wonder of artifice. It is probably, you would say, one of the most advanced Arcana Tech prosthesis you've ever seen. And this is the kind of thing that isn't available to the common people. He couldn't have gone to some regular artificer's chop shop and gotten this done. This is special, more than likely experimental tech that might come from the magistrates.
Okay. I don't think she'll ask about that right now. There's more pressing business.
Mm-hmm.
So, now that I'm here, please, fill us in.
With gladness. Sit on down at the war table. We have a lot to discuss.
Well, if you should.
Well, we usually tend to be pressed for time. So, for a long while, the Vox Ancillai have noticed a great many slights and injustices towards our brethren. Grown in a lab used as common herd. Beasts of burden, disposable soldiers. All under the promise of working off the debt that we owe the Empire for our existence.
The gift of our own creation.
Right.
That alone was obviously quite the source of our dissatisfaction with the Empire. After the events of yesterday, not only did they prove that they saw our soldiers that were forced to join their ranks as disposable, they saw the entire lot as disposable. Didn't come to help the burning village. Left it to us to figure out on our own. You would think if you were going to go through the effort of growing your own custom draft beast, you would at least have the courtesy to keep them safe when disaster strikes. They didn't flinch. The Empire is nothing without the Throck. And also, don't put in the effort to keeping the Throck around, or keeping them safe, or letting them live in dignity and safety. Comfort. You know, the things that even the lower echelons of the society here are at least given as an option. We were already saying no more, but I think this has just kickstarted the process a little bit. So what I'm thinking, if the Empire isn't willing to come to bat for the populace that they took a wild animal and forcibly evolved and tailored to their perfection, we have no reason to sit and take it. Technically speaking, our homes are the jungles of Turok. That's where the boars that are our evolutionary ancestor came from. That's where they were plucked from. Rebellion is the plan. But in complete honesty, and this is where I think we might start seeing some disagreement, I could give a rat's ass about the fate of the Empire. I just want my people out of there, and I want them safe, and I want them to be able to live in dignity. And though the jungles of Turok are, by all technicality, what our ancestral homeland should be, we have to go out farther, a lot farther. Leaving Izun in its entirety is more than likely the best option. So here's what we've started doing. And here is the preparations that we have been making. We have been absconding some merchant ships that are supposed to be bringing trade back and forth to the Iridian Empire. We've been making them our own. We have them hidden on an island far off in the archipelago. I don't think it's unlikely that the Empire could find them, but at the very least they haven't started searching for them yet, because again, they don't give a rat's ass for the populace that isn't sustained, and so they don't really care if a couple of food crates don't show up, which, I promise you, we are taking those food crates and distributing to the people and not giving them back to the markets. You might have noticed around the Throck quarter of the city, some mysterious food just pop up overnight. That's us. Furthermore, aside from absconding enough ships that we can transport our people out of here, we have been having some of the soldiers who work in the ranks of the Iridian Empire, those who are Throck, or those who want to see the Throck liberated. We've been having them slowly work their way into getting accepted into the guard garrison so that they might turn a blind eye when we start leaving en masse, which is the plan.
Yes, I would be entirely for taking down the Iridian Empire and bringing everything to its knees. But again, I have to think of what's more practical and what's more possible, and right now that is getting every last Throck that exists in the city out of the city. Because if they don't have anyone stay behind, they don't have anyone to turn into draft beasts, and they already pretty much wiped out the entire population of Tarakian Greyhorns. None of the boars that we came from are boars anymore. We are entirely Throck. So they don't have the foundations to rebuild us should we leave. And that's the advantage that we're pressing. Is if we go, they can't recreate their magnum opus. And that's what we're banking on. If all of the Throck leave the city, then there's no Throck that they can recreate. Because they already wiped out all of their means to do it.
So you wish to make an exodus in trips?
Precisely. Because again, they really don't give a rat's ass about us, and they really don't put that much effort into monitoring us. Which means, if we sneak us out little groups at a time, and we have the merchant ships that we stole, cart them out and take them to different continents around Vale, I do have a feeling that while Eurydia might try to put up a fight only after it's already too late, we will, for the most part, be able to make a clean getaway and exodize the entire Throck population.
May I make a suggestion?
Gladly.
A diversion.
He leans back and goes, "Sure, I think a diversion is plausible. Like I said, we already have have Throck and Throck sympathizers infiltrating the guard garrisons. So we already know we can force certain portions of it to turn a blind eye. But yeah, a distraction to deal with the rest. I do like that idea. How would you go about it?"
So, you say you have non-Throck sympathizers,
Yes.
like myself. Like myself, what I would suggest is have... I would not... Have something that will outrage the people that are not sustained to maybe pull the guard's eye elsewhere. Create a problem. Such as, and as you are already getting rid of the food source, essentially, what if you were to create a shortage in areas where people are not sustained, yet they are not poor, essentially. Just those who are noble yet not sustained.
I like that.
And start a rumor. I know a bard who may be able to help us. He owes me a favor. And that rumor is that the sustained, as they do not need to eat or drink or sleep, are not prioritizing the wellness of the people who do need to.
I mean,
Make it seem as if they give as little of a shit about the nobility as they give a shit about us.
do we even have to call it a rumor if it's what's already happening?
No, but we bring more prevalence to it.
I do like that.
We start a riot. We have those who have minimal amounts of power.
So,
Riot.
strategically, I think I have a way to do this. Because as we all know, nobles are uptight and very particular about their tastes. They only want certain kinds of food made by certain kinds of people.
So we make sure the common folk have the kinds of food that they were already eating, but we make sure all of the expensive and imported bullshit, we have just enough of a shortage of that it's still available, but little enough that they'll start bickering and infighting. And then once we've already established that supply is running low, we just keep dwindling it a little bit more at a time.
And I have another suggestion. Do you have magic users within your that have a penchant for nature magic within your ranks?
Yes, we do have some primal casters among our ranks. In fact, the Vox Anselai has recently made connections with a very helpful tribe within Turok that is offering druids to our cause.
My mother was a druid. She specifically specialized in making things decompose and rot. Make the food show up rotted.
I like it.
Make it show up where their imported bullshit and their just make it bad. My only request, as I am willing to help you, and I am quite skilled at what I do. What I do is skill. I want to make that clear. None of this touches my snake.
The prophetess.
Yes. She is innocent in this. They have their eye on her as much as they do me.
Oh.
They doubt her as much as they do me.
I'm aware. There are some seers from Turok that are still in touch with the false divinities. And
I take offense to that term. They are not false.
I do not consider them false.
But I understand.
Yes. The point is, the Core Nine, they have followers among the people of Turok, and I know with a certainty, based on what the seers from Turok are saying, that the Core Nine have plans for Lysandra.
So none of this touches her, or I will kill you myself.
You see he reaches out the big, meaty, robotic prosthetic arm and says, I'll shake on that.
And Tara will reach over and clasp his forearm and shake it.
Tirfi, any input you have?
The idea of their food coming rotten. I like the idea of their bathhouses running with foul water because someone sabotaged the piping. I like the idea of their entire...
Oh, so go ahead. Sorry, my bad.
I like the idea of their entire city districts becoming unlivable because of the smell someone placed. But, while I like our plan, you know they are never satisfied with anything less than absolute control. Or at least the illusion of it. Once they do find out we are leaving and where we are going,
now, I will.
They won't be able to catch us.
My first and biggest intention is to make sure the Throck are liberated and out of the clutches of Euridia. I should rephrase what I was previously saying. I don't give a rat's ass whether or not the Euridian Empire falls before we liberate the Throck. But I would be just as happy as anybody else would be to see it burn. So after I can guarantee that our people are safe, you still have an ally in me if you want to watch the foundations of the Empire crumble. I just want to make sure the Throck are safe first.
Yes, no reason to use them as an army. I do want to make sure Euridia is in no state to come after us. Perhaps this is my goal after I have helped most everyone leave.
That's one more thing we wanted to mention, because there's another individual
within your purview of acquaintances who we think would be a valuable asset. Galatea. She is already a very, very disgruntled former novitiate of the Order, who still knows some of the inwards connections and how the basic structure works.
The small one in red, right? Tirfi? That's the one?
No, that's Ibis.
No, it's the one that is not a snake. In many senses of the word. I could speak with her.
That would be appreciated. Now, Tirfi, one of the major reasons I invited you to this little rendezvous of ours wasn't just to get your 2 cents, although I do very much appreciate you lending a couple coppers, so to speak, to the cause. There's one more issue with getting the people out of Eurydia and transporting the Throck piece by piece outside of the city. Provisions are something we have handled because we have been raiding merchant ships that primarily ship food. Journeys on the sea are long, and seaborne illnesses can be very devastating. So one more thing I was going to ask is seeing about a very big commission from you. Getting a significant backlog of medicines that we can put on the ships as we are carting the Throck out. Would you be amicable to this?
Making all the things you will need for seaborne journeys. No. I will do you one better. Send me those with a mind for plants and for nurturing. I will tell them how to make them. It cannot just be all on me.
Of course. I was going to offer the aid of those of us who are skilled in artifice and alchemy, but more or less I was inquiring about your willingness to undertake a big project. Of course, I will give you some alchemists who you can delegate and teach the ways of making your brilliant poultices.
Yeah, Tirfi not. Absolutely, you have my assistance in this.
Then this all sounds wonderful. You two are going to be very big helps. Now, you have already been considered part of the Ancillai. We've already had you... we've already considered you to be someone who is in our ranks and fighting the fight with us. But now that we have had an official talk, and there's been some deliberation about how exactly you are willing to contribute, both of you, I think it is only fitting to allow you to know that you are going to be officially and formally included in all important and relevant correspondence from this moment forward. We're no longer just giving you bits and pieces. You get the full cow. This also means I will be giving both of you these. And he reaches down into a pouch and pulls out these crystalline stones.
that are surrounded in like more of like a sedimentary rock, engraved with runes that are based in divination magic. Puts them both forward and goes, "These are myth stones. Basically, better and more upgraded iterations of sending stones. These are for each of you to carry, rather than having one use of sending a piece. Each of these carries 10 uses of the spell, but they can only be sent to another person who has a myth stone that is resonated on the same magical signature. Which means you can't use this to talk to any of your pals, but you can use this to talk to the Ancillai and to any of our contacts."
I do not mean to seem rude, but I have a deep distrust for magic, at least of this nature.
Entirely understandable.
I was recently, unfortunately, subjected to it because we had to work for the Empire to solve a problem.
The
And
brooches.
yes, I removed it from my person as quickly as I possibly could. I'm positive your spies saw what my condition was yesterday.
I did. So, in that circumstance, if ever we need to give correspondence to you, specifically Tara, we can either rely on Tirfi for that, or I can have one of our more elusive and quiet representatives find their way to you. Would that be more amicable?
I will give you a location. There is a grove in the forest. It has a shrine to Siri. If you need me, I am usually there early in the mornings. I pray and then I hunt.
Shrine to the God
That
of
would be-
Harvest. Good woman.
That is the prime time to find me, especially if you need to give me information of importance.
Excellent.
Because it is the time of day where I am the least stressed with my day-to-day.
That altar has the symbol of Sirik, I would assume. The Holodoc cornucopia.
Yes.
Perfect. If we have any immediate need of correspondence from you, we will leave you a very neatly tucked letter inside of said cornucopia that you can just reach in and grab at your earliest convenience.
Fantastic. I will check it every day.
Perfect. Any closing notes, either of you?
I can make bombs too. Do you want bombs?
You see he like actually like breaks into laughter, and like puts an elbow on the table and holds his forehead as he lets himself slowly wind down, and goes, "You're a good woman, Tirfi. Yeah. If any of our sappers need a resupply, absolutely, we will look your way."
I can try while I am hunting to find if there are citrus fruits. It is good to have on a journey overseas.
Perfect. What a wonderful little friendship has blossomed in this room today. He stands up, offers out his prosthetic hand to each of you to shake.
Tara will shake.
Well, I think if that is the end of it, we do generally try to keep these meetings short. It is good for posterity and also for not getting found out. So in that circumstance, thank you for swinging by. Granted, one of you was an unexpected guest, but certainly an appreciated one nonetheless. And we will reach out when the Ancillai have updates for you. And for a dog to help a dame out, if either of you have any assistance that you need from us, more than happy to help out a good friend.
I actually may have a small favor to ask.
Gladly. I'll hear you out.
There is a plain just south of the borders of the Empire. You will find, I would hope not, but my village was burned. If there could just be a tree planted there, you will have bought my allegiance.
You see, he smiles and goes,
Is there a particular kind of tree you were thinking?
Something big, strong, that will grow for a long time. And potentially bloom a forest.
He nods.
My
and
mother
goes,
would like that.
We'll see if we can find a merchant ship that happens to be carrying oak seeds.
Thank you.
Anytime.
I have a request.
Gladly.
In the event that I am occupied and cannot get to my wife, should things become dangerous and she needs to be removed from the city, I would like your assistance in this. Take this token. She is going to take out a shard of pottery,
okay.
on which is painted by Talessa. One of her like cute stencils that she occasionally adds to pieces of pottery for Tirfi's personal use.
Okay.
She should know this is from me, and that should be enough to get her moving.
He nods and says,
In case it goes without saying, Talessa was always going to have a seat on the boat. But, absolutely, I will make sure she is safe and sound and secure. And with that, I think we should vacate the premises before anybody notices that one of the most esteemed gladiators and a very important alchemist aren't inside the city.
Yes, I believe that is a good idea.
all
I
right.
was just going to pick flowers. Nothing unusual.
I am just hunting.
You two have already got the spirit of it. Love to see it.
Do we want to burn this place down to cover our tracks, or do we like it?
No, we like it. This is our, albeit very makeshift, temporary armory for the time being.
Please, no fire. No more fire.
No fire. See you ladies later. I'll reach out when I have anything I need.
I will keep my eye out.
All right. You two leave the den of the Anceli. Head back up to the city. And that is where we are going to end this particular session of the Empire of Blood.
Really?
Blood.
Right there? We're not gonna do anything else. Right there. We're gonna end it right there.
Hey, Lynx.
Yeah?
Right there.
Fuck you.
But, after you all have completed a long rest,
Yay!
A second long rest?
Wait, that's one consolation.
your second, well, no, hold on, I was still getting there, hold on.
I'm gonna cry.
Third long rest.
All of you woke up this morning one level higher.
Great.
Everybody gets to level up. All of you are now level 4.
But
What?
The love of my life is missing, and they love me back, but at least I'm level 4.
Which
Great.
I try not to announce level ups in mid session, just because generally speaking it tends to hog up a lot of time.
Yes, it does.
But everyone's level 4. Belle, you were gonna say?
So I just want to clarify: a second long rest, or is this the long rest from this morning?
From this morning.
Okay, cool. Because I had 2 levels of exhaustion.
You still got those.
I should only have 1 after. The
Yeah,
first
well you have 1 now, but yeah.
So
I didn't get to say.
Oh.
After leaving the hut, out of earshot, Tirfi would ask Tara, "So do you want to fuck him or should I?"
Tirfi, I would be more interested in fucking you. If I'm completely honest.
And that's where we're gonna leave the session.
Hey!
Dang, I thought that was my job.
Yeah.
Tara's a big girl. She has enough to go around.
Everyone
Out of a
wants.
date thing and a job.
I am glad everybody liked Atticus.
Hot.
Yeah, I know. I made him hot.
10 out of 10.
Look, I'm just saying, nothing is sexier than a resistance leader. Nothing.
Except maybe your childhood best friend.
Yeah, you should tell me more about that.
Yeah, you want me to talk about that? I am suffused with stress because of you. Congratulations, you made me sweat.
So we're getting into the we're getting into the post session discussion, which is perfect for this. Because I was gonna say, I messaged you after pitching College of Tragedy Bard, and I was like, hey, do you want to do like an Orpheus and Eurydice thing? And you were like, yeah, I'd love to.
So soon. Bit fast, but okay.
I mean, what I will say, I won't reveal. What I will say is, there will be you'll be able to have a couple of interactions with Eudorus before we actually get into the Orpheus and Eurydice thing.
I'm gonna cry at some point. You're gonna do this to me? How dare you?
Babe, reroll that one again. You're good. Reroll it again.
I didn't even cry at Lucian's backstory, but this, I like genuinely sweating,
Oh,
shaking.
so that's a good thing to talk about. Let's go over. All right, I think Claire ended up dipping early. That is fine.
I'm also gonna have to dip.
Okay.
My
We're gonna
brain
do a
is
shorter
dead.
post session today. The only thing I'm gonna ask everybody, pitch for who gets the inspiration scene today.
I'm just gonna agree with the collective with Kip.
Okay.
I'm gonna cry.
Yeah,
I'll do it.
I was thinking the
On
session
stream.
was gonna run shorter, and it ended up running longer.
So I sent you the message, and I was like, "Babe, you said an hour ago,
I'm sorry.
and you have 2 other scenes to do."
I know. I let myself role play for a really long time because I like interacting with my players, and it makes me feel happy.
Yeah, I actually started feeling bad when we were role playing because that took a while.
I mean, I wanted to make sure everybody got like a long moment to have their own scenes. I'm trying to get better about it, but generally speaking, sometimes my distribution of attention can be pretty skewed, and I'm working on making sure everybody gets to have a long scene. Everybody gets to spend a lot of time being themselves. Alright, so
Rolled max on his health.
Typhon rolled max on his HP?
Yeah.
Yay! Good for Typhon! So
I still have more hit points.
if
than
we
does.
are settling on it being Kip, I'm happy to do that.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
Anybody else have a pitch
deserve
for a
it.
really good
amount of
scene
stress
today?
I'm under.
I wanted to say Galatea had a really good scene.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
I second Galatea and her mom.
Oh yeah, Galatea. Both of Galatea's scenes, which were technically the same scene but were different. Galatea's scene with Aegle and Galatea's scene with Athanasia were both heart-wrenching for completely different reasons, and we love to see it.
Yeah.
Alright, so I think if it's between Galatea and Kip. I know. I believe it was Claire who had said that she was immediately thinking of giving it to Kip. Lynx gets my vote. Okay, yeah. Claire
Thank
fucking
you,
answering right on time.
Thanks also gets my vote.
Okay.
My heart.
So we can't do a full post-session discussion, just with how long everything ran, and some people have to work early. But Kip, you are getting inspiration going into the next session.
Thank you. I might need it.
I know this is a little more abrupt than it usually tends to be, but we're gonna go ahead and wrap up here, just because the energy has hit a dim, and I don't think anyone can survive long enough to have the post-session talk.
I will, because I am buzzing and I might throttle you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here for it.
Okay. I mean, yeah.
Don't go on too long because I need to sleep.
That's okay.
I would like to lie down in the bed.
I would also like to lie down, but I think that's
You
how
could
I
all
feel.
throttle her tomorrow.
Yeah.
in
You know what I think would be fun?
he's
You know
at
what I think
work.
would be fun?
If we all throttled you together?
No, is meeting up later. Meeting up later and like maybe getting Craig in here and recording the post session later, just so that everybody can be here and everybody can talk about it.
Yeah, that would be fun.
That sounds great, actually.
Okay, perfect. Then in that case, thank you all ill-fated heroes for, I was gonna say suffering with me, but I think I'm just gonna say thank you for suffering, period.
Yeah.
End of sentence.
I'm gonna sulk now.
I will see you all next session 2 Sundays from now with the 4th episode of Performance Check, The Empire of Blood, which I am not naming this far in advance because I've gotten punished for doing that to myself before. Thank you all very much for watching, everyone, and thank you all for participating.
I'm glad you all enjoyed my suffering.
Same.
And I think I'm going to send everybody to raid. Da, da, da. Ba, 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 ba. I'm actually going to send you all to raid my friend Mistral. Again, thank you all so much for attending and watching and participating. And we will see you for the next episode of Performance Check. Ba-ba-ba.
Hey, goodbye.
Still
See ya.
on.
Bye.
Bye.
Can't come soon enough.
Alrighty. Raid has gone through.
I absolutely